'Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
say goodbye. It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now.
WALLSTREETBETS the go calls being made as they straight up.
Incredible, this how it goes at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final two men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it, look at my
Stuck in
eyes.
one singular spot, getting the rest of the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Wanna spend time in the boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, that'll be huge for elimination points, I think. Hello and welcome everybody to the last day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League NA Fall Split Finals. I'm your host, Hot Chooks. I hope you guys are as stoked as I am because it has all come down to this. And of course, none of this could be possible without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Hope you guys are keeping up to date with everything. So stoked. Get the conversation started. And of course, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA at the end of it on the Twitter, on the YouTube, on the Instagram, on the Facebook. Make sure you do it on the Esports NA socials as well. Guys, let's get this show started. And let's do it by bringing in our desk. You know who it is. It's the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Welcome on in, everybody. How are y'all feeling?
Feeling absolutely great, man. I'm loving the energy. Final day. We're going to finally crown a new champion for NA. very unlikely back-to-back is going to make it back-to-back-to-back. But I'm excited, Glitter. How are you feeling today?
Listen, I said it yesterday. I said they weren't going to be able to do it. We just have had too many strong teams this season. Too many people that have had outstanding performances. And this entire weekend, too many teams playing at their best, making it that much more difficult for anybody to even breach the top 5. Jukes, I am so ready for today.
Whoo, same here. I mean, there's so many storylines, so much stuff to keep up with. But before we get into that, let's show everybody and remind everybody what exactly is on the line for today's show. That's right, the prize pool. And you can see it right here. I mean, look at this, $15,000 for first place by itself, Seven.
Yeah, and then you go to second place, a nice 9K, third 6K, 4K. But remember, top 5 spots are going to be going to Americas. That's something that matters too. And the MVP. Now, I'm really intrigued to see who's going to be taking that. We've seen some amazing performances so far out of a lot of players. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Total prize pool, $150,000.
Oh my goodness, I am so stoked for this. And then, not to mention, you got that $1,000 MVP prize pool. Gotta remember that. And we saw who won it the last time, right? It was none other than Coops himself. And so far, I mean, I think he's also in the running for it here. We have a lot to talk about, a lot of stuff to go down. Glitter, right? After these past couple days of action that we've seen so far, right? We've seen the Knights just continue to dominate, right? As we take a look here at the overall leaderboard, this is going to go ahead and show exactly where everybody is standing here today. And you can see right here at the top, 217 points. The Knights got a good, nice lead here.
They've got a very comfortable lead. We'll have to see what they decide to do with it. I think it's going to be a really interesting day of gameplay. Nova there in second place, a little bit farther behind, and if they have even one bad performance, they just simply won't be able to close that gap down because the likelihood of Knights also getting points in every single game is pretty high. But to be fair, the rest of this, we've seen some of these teams have incredible performances to get into the top 5. That's probably where our focus is going to go next, right? Because top 5 move on to Americas. Now we saw Execute have an insanely strong first day, be a little bit slower yesterday, and then we'll have to see if they can bounce back today. Star has been very consistent, but we have to talk about Korean barbecue lovers because they were all the way down at the bottom before yesterday, and then they came back with a vengeance. Now, in 5th place, 5 points above APHELION, Esports, above WALLSTREETBETS, HQA, and all of those were teams that had some really solid performances, Seven. So I hope that we see a repeat of that comeback, at least out of Korean barbecue lovers today.
Yeah, Korean barbecue lovers, on day 1, they didn't even get a chance to get anything higher besides top 9 in 6 matches. Yesterday, they turned it up in a big way, but I do want to see that second page because 5th place, 150 points. You can still kind of close. We see a lot of tie spots here. MEZEXIS, the chosen back-to-back. I mean, I said back-to-back is definitely not going to be winning, but they can't get a chance to get within those top 5. It's going to be come down to the first game. And I'm going to be saying that not just for back-to-back, for a lot of the other teams. Dope Esports, I'm looking at you. You guys had an amazing day 1 and then just gonna fell off a little bit. And with the hit list too, some surprises here and there. And then we move on to some of the other teams that could possibly play a little bit of a spoiler, right? The Panthers, a very strong team, a team that we're actually expecting them to be in the top 5. They're currently sitting in 15th place. It is not impossible to say that they're gonna make it to top 5, right? But more than likely, they're not gonna make it, Jukes.
It's gonna be, it's close to impossible. I mean, all these other teams at the top are going to be gunning for one of those top 5 slots, and the Panthers have just dug a hole with them. So I'm so shocked to see them even in such a place. I mean, for such a squad. But hey, the competition here, Glitter, has just risen incredibly. And I think it's good that we take a look. I know that you've been doing the math, Glitter, right? To see exactly just how many, guesstimated points it would take for them to get into the top 5.
Right, and this is what I was kind of hinting at when we were looking at that overall, right? Because this is now the next focus. Top 5 squads make it on to Americas. Yesterday we had guessed it was going to be around 158 points for that top 5. It ended up being at 150. So now we're guessing it's going to be around 200 for that bubble at 5th place. So that's what you need to get in order to be in the top 5. Obviously, Star Gaming is only 33 points away from that, and across 6 games, they should be able to more than achieve that. And then moving on down the list, you've got Korean Barbecue Lovers within striking distance. And because of how close these squads get from there, APHELION could do it. WALLSTREETBETS could do it. Any massive pop-off performance from any of these squads could technically do it, but it's going to have to be that pop-off performance, Seven, because those gaps get bigger and bigger. 76 points on a day, that, not that it's impossible, but when we continue to move down the rankings, if they haven't already hit that, it's going to be that much harder.
Yeah, it's definitely not impossible, and you talked about what points they need to make, right? So if we can, let's take a look at how many points these teams are averaging, because there's, and I'm so glad you mentioned pop-up performances as well, because yesterday, Korean Barbecue Lovers, ladies and gentlemen, I know it says they're averaging 51 points, but yesterday they ended up with 83 points alone. Ooh, so a lot of the other teams, APHELION Esports, 44 points. Hey, that's respectable, right? But if any of those two teams, if Star Gaming or Korean Barbecue Lovers have a pop-up performances, guess what? APHELION Esports, your 44 average points are not going to matter. WALLSTREETBETS, I mean, your 37 are definitely not going to matter. You need to step that up in a big, big way. HUA, Esports, MEZEXIS, same message to all of you. Because anything can happen here in the final day. And I hinted at it earlier, Glitter and Hot Jukes. They need to watch out for those squads that are currently in 15, 16, 14, 13. They will come into play in a big, big way. We've seen it before. We have seen it in the final match where people just want to send it, where people just want to get them Twitter highlights using hashtag PMPLNA. I'm excited. Oh, man, I love a final day.
Oh, me too. And hey, they may even have to worry about that first place squad as well, which we'll highlight just a little bit later, you know. But man, right now I think it's time we also talk about that $1,000, right? That MVP for the finals. That's where it really, really counts here. And we know Coops obviously has been dominating here, Seven. He is in the lead right now. He is the man to beat.
Coops is doing Coops things. But then you have some people that are starting to show up. I mean, Spec. This is the same team. This is not a problem that a lot of teams would be unhappy to have. Every single team would be so happy to have at least 2 other players in the top 2 running for MVP ranking. Spec currently with 21, and then a huge surprise, and I gotta give him some credit once again, Nate for APHELION Esports. Even though APHELION Esports didn't really have one of the greatest day ones yesterday, they were actually able to turn around. They ended up with the 2nd place finish. They ended up with the 1st place finish as well. Nate has been being able to pull up 17 eliminations. You see Casper too, considering that Dope Esports didn't really have one of their best performances yesterday overall, especially in regards to eliminations when you compare day 1 to day 2. Casper, for him to be able to maintain himself here in the top 4, that's impressive. And then a guy that I've been talking about stepping up and continue to step up here in the finals, Fate. It's gonna be I'm excited for that MVP ranking too, but they gotta make sure if it's not gonna be Coops, they gotta make sure they just cut him off right away.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to get it done, but the hard part is that it's maybe a little bit difficult to cut him off, Glitter, right? Especially considering that they have dominated that PMGC leaderboard. We've talked about it all show long, that golden ticket, right, to the big show. It was a battle between the Knights and Nova, and it looks like, I mean, well, it is, right? Pittsburgh Knights, they got this in the bag, Glitter, and there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there is too much of a lead when it comes to the all-encompassing leaderboard for who's making it to PMGC. Knights has really locked that one in the bag. I mean, Nova would need to somehow be the only team earning points to catch up at this point to Knights, and that's just never going to happen. Knights will not let that happen, but... and this is a theory that gets tossed around a lot. I don't think it's going to happen. But because of the comfort that Knights now knows, the security, they have got this 1st place spot locked down. They know they're going to be going to PMGC. Do they use that opportunity to take out Nova, their biggest rivals. Do they hunt Nova down all day and try to knock Nova out of America's contention and just continue knocking them down the leaderboard? Because we showed this yesterday, Seven, and this was a spicy tweet.
We don't usually tend to see this. This is also why I'm happy. And in case you missed it yesterday, you can read it, but I'm just going to read it for you as well. Knights update official Twitter page, tweeted this out. As predicted in the @Nova Esports team, the disrespect, I absolutely love it. Chicken out and mid-stratted while we stood alone and waited for another free win for the back-to-back. Fans must love this style of action. Win or lose, we will entertain our fans, says Knights update official page on Twitter using hashtag PMPL. Oh man, if that is not a big call out. Now, Nova has had a good amount of time to look into this, right? I'm pretty sure Nova's going to be looking to respond. I don't expect anything less out of you, Nova. And with that theory that you guys were saying earlier, Knights might, with the comfort that they have with the PMGC spot, that's cool and all. But Knights wants to be the NA champions. They also don't want to compromise.
So that's what I think, Seven.
Any way, shape, or form that championship, that addition to their Twitter bio saying NA champion. I don't know. The difference right now between first place and second place, to be honest, as dominant as Knights has been, it's only 33 points. That can change in a single game. So Knights, if you're going to do that, if you're going to try to, just wait a little bit longer, maybe wait until the final match.
And that's what this is all about, right? It's about trying to think what the possibilities are. And I want to know what you guys think, because yeah, you're right. That title for NA champions, that extra chatter is worth a lot. But is it worth as much as having to deal with Nova in Americas? That is the question. Are they going to do it? Which one is it going to do? What are the scales weigh? Make sure you go ahead and tell us, and make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA and do it right now. I want to see who's able to get that prediction right here as we're about to get this show on the road. I'm so stoked. I'm so hyped here. Man. Oh, well, we're going to see how we predict in just a little bit, because we have also had this game that myself and the desk have been playing. This is our predictions every single match today. And the loser, Seven, why don't you tell us what the loser has to do, since you're going to be
Oh,
Eddie,
thank you,
do me a
Chase. I
favor.
appreciate that.
Zoom into me real quick. One of y'all gonna be eating a lemon. I'm just saying. Get them
I mean,
teeth
you have
ready.
yours-
Actually, I
you have yours
might
ready.
lose too. I might lose too.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's got it at the ready. I love it. I love
Panic
it.
just setting.
Okay, full lemon. To me, is it a loss? I don't know. Getting some good vitamins here at the end of the day could be a win regardless. So
some
Seven,
salt.
get your taste buds ready. Because I have a good feeling. Have a good feeling about the day. Glitter, how do you feel? Huh?
I'm excited. I'm ready to get into the games. I want to see how the first 3 matches go, because the first half of the final day always says a lot about how the last 3 matches will kind of pan out. So I'm ready. We gotta go.
You've been throwing this. Do you
Tell me.
really think, even if Knights BM Nova, right? Do you think Nova's still not gonna make it to Americas? I think Nova's gonna make it to Americas.
They have pretty much almost in the bag, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, is they could do whatever it is that they want, and that's a scary thing to think, because, when you already have that golden ticket, you may not want to decide to give every other squad, more information against you, They know where Nova drops. They know where all these teams drop. They could just say, hey, let's just drop on this squad and put on some good work and make it happen. And that is the privilege you get when
Nova
you are
won their last
the
game
best squad.
yesterday. Just saying.
Oh,
Just
things
saying.
to think about. What do you guys think? What do the casters think? As we're going to go ahead and send it on to them and get this first game started. Send it on over to Zute and Span Cargo.
You know what I think, Span? I think I need to get myself an animal print shirt first off, because this is all I got. Yeah,
Meanwhile,
that looks great. That looks great. I wish I had one of those, but I got a short onesie on. That's what I got.
Aww.
So
I mean, you look
I
great.
do have something that kind of matches though, color tone wise. Like maybe I could wear this for the rest of the day. So we'll see though. But we are on the final day of the finals. What are you looking forward to the most, Span?
Oh man, that's a hard question. I think the desk was kind of putting those breadcrumbs out that I think everybody's wondering about, especially me, right? Like now we're getting to the point where these teams can't only think about what they're doing in this match, but also future events, right? So the Knights potentially going in ahead and targeting Nova, like I think could be a pretty big deal if they get knocked out of Americas. I mean, the desk also said that they feel like it's secured for Nova, but I mean, I feel like the possibility is always there.
Okay, I only caught the tail end of that. Sorry, I had some water in my ear. You know, being a
You're a
shark and all.
Yeah,
I
that
had
makes
to fix
sense.
some stuff real quick. But okay, I can hear you clear and fine now. If you could summarize that one more time, real quick, in one sentence, what's the biggest thing you're looking forward to? I'm sorry.
I think the shenanigans aspect is what I'm looking forward to today. Are the
Okay.
Knights going to be targeting Nova? Is there anything else that's going to be happening in that aspect, like for the future tournaments, not even just this event right now? So that's what I'm looking for. How about you?
Okay. I mean, okay. I don't think the Knights are gonna target Nova because, like Glitter mentioned, they want that first place as well, right? And if it was like if the Knights weren't in first place, maybe they might, target Nova. But it's really close because we saw yesterday Nova ended their day with the chicken dinner. That lead between first and second was like, get widening and widening, and then Nova got a chicken, and now Nova's all of a sudden in second place. I think the Knights will be happy just to keep Nova down in second place and take their spot in the PMGC.
Okay. Okay, well luckily we don't have to wait much longer because our first match of today is starting, and of course we're going to be on Miramar. Okay, looks like the playing path is quite friendly. The only thing I'm also wondering today, wait a second, there is a second thing on my list I need to look for. Are all of the circles going to go to the west? I hope they don't, because that was the theme yesterday and the day before.
Yeah.
So come on, I'm hoping for something different.
Yeah, if it's like a bunch of Western circles, at least the teams are really familiar with what they need to do, and
For sure.
the teams are adapting because we saw a bunch of Western circles on the same maps, right, back to back, and we saw some adaptations from certain teams. So if it goes there again, the action will be a little bit different at least. But I agree with you. I hope it does not go to the West every single time. So we talked a lot about Knights and
Mhm.
Nova. For the other thing that I'm really looking forward to today is who's making top 5,
True.
right? We will get to see them, those teams, out of these 16, the top 5, we will get to see them again in the next phase in Americas. So I really want to see some certain teams get there. Personally, for me, Execute is one of the teams that have really started to stand out.
Yeah.
They've just been doing better and better. And so I would like to see them play in the Americas, especially with such a veteran roster. Hopefully we'll get to see what they can do. And the first circle is dead center on the middle of the map. Picado Knights are in the middle. Want to see if they do some type of split. They might get into a little fight with 19E, with 19E being so close by. But we'll know in the next couple of minutes if anything happens with such a almost stationary circle. I don't think there's going to be much movement.
No, I doubt it. Yeah, this is right in the center. Everybody should be pretty comfortable on this one. Curious, though, if it will continue to kind of go down into that southwestern side that we've been seeing, or if it'll decide to go somewhere else. And if the teams are going to let that knowledge kind of decide where they're going in this first one. I kind of doubt it would, but at least since it's on my mind, I do kind of wonder if it could be on these guys' minds on where they're going to go first inside this big circle here.
Yeah. Nova here, one of the teams to watch right now. The best Nova could shoot for is first place in this tournament, right? They're not going to get first place for the PMGC points. I think the gap was like 100 plus. So that requires in 6 games Nova to get 100 points, which is a little bit less than 20 points per game, but that's also, yeah, that's what the Knights getting.
Wow.
Nothing, 0, right? So probably not going to happen. KBL, a team that really started showing up yesterday, like huge. First day, they were non-existent.
Yeah.
They were on the second page of the leaderboards. And then yesterday, we saw them do a drastic change. We saw them get an early 4v4 engagements. I think day 1, we didn't really see that. We saw them kind of try and play the rotation game, and that didn't work out for them. Day 2, instant fighting, early on whenever they can, but it was like controlled setup fights, and that launched them up a lot of points. I remember the first game of Miramar for KBL yesterday, they were at like what 10 eliminations, and then they were down to solo by the mid game, right? By the late mid game, and that solo somehow managed to sneak all the way up to third place to get those placement points plus a massive amount of elimination points. So maybe we'll see something similar today out of the KBL team.
Well, one of them getting that energy drink lottery right there when we were spectating them could totally be possible though, actually. Or was that actually that was MEZEXIS if I'm not mistaken? Who knows? I think that there's a possibility for a couple of teams to kind of really shine. I think, kind of speaking on MEZEXIS, I think yesterday they kind of woke up as well, along with KBL. They ended up kind of climbing the leaderboard a bit more. I mean, they're still in 9th place, while KBL is in 5th. But that is another team that I think has been... I saw them a little bit more yesterday, I'll say. Same with APHELION, actually. There's actually a good amount of teams that I think kind of realized the seriousness of the situation that they were in yesterday, and that showed through in their play yesterday. So today, we obviously have to continue to see that. It's worked out for a good amount of them getting higher up on this leaderboard. Now they just have to continue to do so. And this also will be the time where I have to point out Star Gaming yet again, because Star Gaming, even throughout the entirety of the events, like right now in that 4th place spot, they've been up towards the top a good amount. We've called them out for being pretty consistent before, and I have to do it again, so.
Yeah, Star Gaming is another team to watch out for. I do see Nova getting really close to the Knights, but I think Nova probably knows that the Knights kind of stay in Picado potentially in a circle like this, and they just wait it out. So a lot of teams getting closer and closer to the center of zone, but no real action as of yet. One thing that I'm really curious about is how the teams on the top end of the second page are feeling, right? Because I think teams started to notice something. They started to notice, like, teams are constantly jumping up to the front page after just one decent game. And in a sense, like, I think everybody started realizing that, hey, we can make top 5 still. Like, KBL just shot up. We saw Dope just shoot up. We saw, you know, The Chosen, you know, in that front page as well. And just constantly, you know, different teams getting in position to strike for that top 5. So that might, you know, kind of motivate some of the teams in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th even to, you know, really just get one decent game in early on today. And then all of a sudden it's like they're the new team to watch out for. Can they make the top 5? So I think there's a lot of hope and a lot of pressure for a lot of these teams. And so it's like, I like the fact that we're not just focusing on the top 5 team currently. I think we got to focus all the way down to like the top 10.
I agree.
Because just one game, and then all of a sudden they're in the conversation.
I'm also glad that you specifically pointed out, though, like getting that big game early on, because the earlier on it is, obviously, the better it will be for them to continue to hold on to that. So every game that goes by where they don't have that big game that kind of flings them up that leaderboard, it's just going to get harder and harder and harder. So these first couple games, those are the ones we got to keep our eyes on to see if any of those teams are going to get that big jump up ahead.
We're about 7 minutes in now and not a single knock. I think in previous days it was like by minute 4, minute 5, there'd be some action already. There'd be like teams missing 2 players by now, but we're at minute 7 and not a single knock yet to be seen. But I think that's due to the circle, right? The circle is so tame in a sense that everybody knows where everybody is, and with everyone being a little bit near the middle, you can't even really take a fight because there's other teams really close by that could easily third party. So it's just like in this type of situation, it makes sense why a lot of teams are just waiting for the next circle shift.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because there are definitely teams already taking shots at each other. So it's not that they just aren't taking those fights yet, right? The circle is fine. There have been a lot of shots already. One of the biggest ones, Nova, trying to take a lot of shots towards the Knights down there in Picado. Even if they get a knock, it's not like they're able to really be able to like confirm that unless somehow the Knights are out in the open in Picado. So that's an interesting interaction that's happening there. And KBL, also, Joey shooting back-to-back away from them on this road. I mean, to be fair, back-to-back wants to be going in this direction, but also KBL at least attempting to go for a couple of those knocks here.
Yeah. Some presence being made here. Back to back is probably going to rotate this way regardless, right? Getting a little bit more closer to the center of the zone. Back to back. I think they only have 2 vehicles, the bus and a Murado, potentially. Probably would like to have at least 3 vehicles on Miramar. As we head into the next circle, where is the circle gonna go? This is almost like the actual first circle shift for me, because that actually no, I don't think that circle went anywhere either, to be honest. I will say with it going a little bit to the south, Los Leones might come into play.
Yeah.
But this circle actually is really favorable for everybody in the terms of rotations, right? A lot of the roads are here. A lot of the flat areas that's traversable outside of the roads are also in this new circle.
I was going to say maybe the only difference that'll happen is maybe the hit list will want to be taking control of this hill all the way up here because it's not as valuable anymore since there's so much other space inside of this next circle. But also, unfortunately, like on that line of thought, Flash got knocked up there. You can see the rest of the hit list trying to take some shots towards Execute, climbing those rocks, but I don't think that there's a way that the hit list are going to be able to get their 4th member there. You can see Jack G at least attempting to. Ooh, here he goes, Flash falling for his life.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, that was like the only thing that they can attempt in that situation, with Execute kind of putting just enough pressure to make sure that res wasn't going to happen. But yeah, I have a feeling what I was trying to say is I don't think that they're going to want to stay up here much longer due to the positioning here, but obviously they're going to have to now because of this fight.
I want to see Execute potentially even just engaging the hit list completely. They know like 2 of their positions. They probably know Jat G was underneath them too because they might have heard the buggy. But no, it looks like they're going to play the rotation. This is definitely a slower rotation because this circle shifted a while ago.
Yeah.
Right? And they didn't move. They tried to see if they could get another knock. So I almost want to see them to just take the 4v3. They know it's the hit list, right? One of the teams that, you know, it's not like they took a knock on the Knights or like some other team that's really scary or extremely scary to fight. So that was a potential 4v3 opportunity for them, but it's fine. They're rotating, pick up a quick point, stick to the game plan. Maybe we have Ace of Spades here, rotating really close by to the Chosen. The Chosen is starting to rip Mambe up. Oh, he's forced to get out of the car. Mambe is stuck there, and this could be a chance for the Chosen to really clinch in and secure that point.
Wow, you can see the rest of Ace of Spades all trying to swarm to this area to help out their teammate here, but the Chosen, they just have a lot of high ground. The 2 that we saw right there, they also have another spot just over to the eastern side. There you go, you can kind of see them on that mini-map right there, kind of surrounding them, right? Godfan, I mean, if he decided to, he could potentially kind of push out there and get a really good angle, but I was going to say it's also pretty dangerous because all of Ace of Spades are so spread out looking both directions that, yeah, Godfan won't be able to do too much. But if they get a knock, Godfan would be in a great position to kind of make a big push off of that. Into the vehicles they go, though. I think if they just wanted to protect Mambe and then get out.
Yeah, that was a good teamwork, good effort by Ace of Spades. Firing some really accurate shots back, kind of made the Chosen let off the pressure some. But we're about to head into the next circle, and you know the Chosen are eyeing that compound, waiting for them to leave to shoot them out of the vehicles, potentially. If anything, I would like to see the Chosen start, like, trapping them in, but you can see Ace of Spades, they're very well aware of that. They know they know the Chosen have the high ground advantage, and they're making sure the Chosen doesn't set up on them when they have to rotate out. And here comes the next circle. Where is it going to go? Nova's dead center of the zone on the high ground positions, and it's a hard shift to the northeast. This is one of those areas of the map that's quite entertaining to watch as far as Miramar goes. A lot of areas that you could rotate a little bit on the easier side when it comes to Miramar, but not a lot of real estate left unless if you count Los Leones.
Of course, yeah, that northern side of Los Leones is definitely a lot of places where people could kind of all push into and play from, but if it pulls out of there, it's going to be like a massacre. So it's really going to be, I think, the hill up on top of that northern side of Los Leones is going to be a pretty good power position currently taken by the Chosen. And then next spot is that compound that you especially keep talking about in the middle of that field. That's like a really good spot that the Knights love. Like, it's already been taken by Stargaming.
Stargaming already has that location. This could be a really huge game for them. And when the zone is by Circle 3, if that warehouse area is in the zone, typically that team tends to do very well. I do see that probably being somewhere close to the next circle, if not in the next circle as well. So that's really good for them. Back to back, meanwhile, has to do a huge rotation. They're actually wrapping all the way down to the south, making me think they want to edge into Los Leones, maybe, which
Yeah.
doesn't really make sense. Or they're going to do a huge around the world, which is wrap down to the south, back up to the
Ooh.
east, into the north, into La Bendita. But still, that's a
hard.
very far drive. Yeah,
The
so
terrain there is just super difficult as well. That's going to take them a long time.
Yeah, we see some other teams trying to make their rotations. I'm seeing a lot of teams going one way and then deciding to go the other way. I think they're
Yeah.
all looking for options. You see here KBL sees 19E rotating by them. So like this area of the map is easy to drive on, like the new zone, if you could get in it. That was such a hard shift that all the teams from the west are clumping into each other, and they might just elect to take fights now rather than continuously rotating around with blind information.
Yeah, I mean, 19 Esports honestly on the edge of the zone right here. That could have been a pretty good power position to hold these people out, but it seems like that's what they're actually fully going for. They're just moving their vehicles just to make sure they're safe, not going to get their tires popped, and now they're running into those positions that they can try and spot out people making their rotations. I mean, if you don't have the information inside that zone and you know that nobody has been eliminated just yet, well, one person has, going any further into the unknown is just a big no-no. Like, it's big scary. They probably look forward, heard some shots or something, see somebody, and they're like, okay, this is home for now. And once the next zone pops, they can start focusing on that. That's when more action will happen and maybe more things will actually open up, especially right now. Dope actually already starting it off with a knock onto a member of Execute, out in the blue even.
That was the second elimination of the map so far. Look at like almost all 64 players are still playing. We have 2 out and one of Dope is knocked. This is by far the most amount of players alive that we've had the whole entire tournament to this very late in the game. And with this new circle shift, oh boy, we are gonna be losing so many teams, so many players so fast. Hopefully our cameraman can keep up with all the action. We see the Knights up in the north, Star Gaming on the edge of zone, Nova's coming in on the south along with like 6 other teams. This is going to be all out chaos.
Oh boy, and there's even a compound actually, if I'm not mistaken, in the center of this that's not even taken. Like, APHELION's close by. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and go for it, but there still is some space, and if everybody tries going for that at the same time, it's going to be difficult. Here we go. This fight we've been watching, though. They've been knocking each other inside the blue, and now it's actually taken itself onto land. 19 Esports actually being the different team here. It was Dope previously. So Dope soften them up. 19 Esports will clean them up. Execute not having a good game 1. Luckily, they're in that 3rd place position, so one bad game obviously might not be enough to dock them down into 5th place.
I think having one really bad game is really all you can afford.
Yeah.
It's just... I just feel like other teams are really starting to step up today. KBL right now, the Knights, they smell blood. KBL, 2 of them knocked, not in a great position, and I think one of them was knocked by Star Gaming in the elimination feed. Knights confirm 1. It's just down to Sam and Acer. Sam, the MVP of yesterday, maybe he could do something. Acer's actually going to be the one to get the first knock and get the finish also.
Wow.
He's about to get the second one. Acer down to 1 HP. He goes down, and Sam not able to do much because he's pinned in from the other 2 Knights player from the north, but Xenox falls down. If he could get Spec and make it into the 1v1 with Acer, but it does not go that way. The Knights getting 3rd party. Like I said, this is going to be a lot of action. Ace of Spades from... Oh no, it was Wall Street Bets from within inside the zone. Knights down to just Coops now.
I don't even think the Wall Street Bets realize that, though. Look at them. They're still just staying there. I actually saw the, like, little, the driving icon pop up on them, but then it went away almost immediately. Like, I think they really considered it, but then they decided not to. Mostly because, actually, DC Coops just drive away. He can't get the reses onto his teammates. The blue zone was too fast upon them. So now he has to play the rest of this match as a solo. Going for a shack in the very center of zone is going to be the best option for him right now, making sure that he's going to get the next couple of shifts to the best of his ability so that he doesn't have to take any fights for a little bit longer. He can kind of just wait for everybody else to take the fights and hopefully whittle it down to the last couple of teams.
A great heads up rotation by Coops. They identified, okay, down to solo, where's the best spot, and he made it there safely. Could be some major potential placement points to keep them in first place, because Nova have 4 up still. Nova is in a position where they could potentially control the southwest side of the map and play the rest out. But here on the deep south side, you can see just a slurry of colors. We got MEZEXIS, we got the Chosen, we got the Panthers, and 19 Esports close by. And it's just a full-out slugfest over here.
Oh, okay, here we go. MEZEXIS, I mean, they had to push up from inside of Los Leones for a while, and it looks like they finally did the Chosen. Not doing too good, actually. Only 2 of them left here. Subpig even having to hide in these rocks from MEZEXIS as 2 of them are making the push. He does get 1, but of course the trade comes through. That's just the numbers that comes down to, and that means there's only 1 left. It is good to see that Godfan has the opportunity to get the res onto his teammate Gaji, but that means MEZEXIS is going to be able to do the same thing as well as heal on up. So there still will be 2v3 situation, and the Panthers are coming to get involved too. It can't just be these couple of teams. The Panthers and 19 Esports actually fighting just underneath this.
And 19E and the Panthers are in a terrible position. You can see MEZEXIS trying to take advantage of it, but if they do, TC might take advantage of them. So it's like just a 4-way fight. And then with the blue zone closing, everybody's got to move. Brady's probably going to go down right here. He gets that first aid off. To get a trade knock right here. 19E's in a better position to gatekeep this, but the trades just keep going back and forth. And finally, the Panthers are taken out. 19E down to just 1 player. He could revive Baby Tang potentially, but he's still got to worry about going into the zone. And the zone is not too far away, but they got to go wide in the open to get there.
Wow, yeah, MEZEXIS now dropping down themselves. TC actually ended up just being able to disengage like entirely, kind of get away from that situation. So MEZEXIS no longer having something to focus on. That was horrible timing for 19 Esports. They're going to get cleaned up. There you go. You can see TC in the distance inside of a vehicle, figuring out what the next place they want to go. And Nova now are in the opportune position to take down MEZEXIS. Of course, everybody wants this compound here. It is the only one kind of left on the edge of this zone. After the Knights go out, the solo is found, and HQA, they're gonna win that against APHELION. There's a couple more altercations that are kind of popping up around.
The Chosen full sended the new location that Coops found with that circle shift, and the Knights are taken out, picking up 5 points in the first game. That's actually not too bad. So those 4 eliminations on KBL is going to give them a little bit of extra padding. How big is Nova going to get in this game, though? Nova's still at 0 eliminations. Ace of Spades here, trying to keep back-to-back. So back-to-back, doing that ride wrapping rotation. It worked up to a certain point, but you still got to eventually fight your way into the zone, and Ace of Spades is not letting them get in for free.
Oh man, they're taking so much damage. Yeah, there goes 1 inside of that blue zone, and the other tried to go for it, but it just did not happen. Back-to-back goes out. You could tell, like, J-Way and J7 were super far away. Like, J7 was probably hoping that nobody would spot him, but he was spotted out first. And at that point, it's just really difficult to have anything else go in your direction. Ace of Spades, though, I was really hoping to see stuff from them yesterday. I was asking, begging for it, because they had such good plays early on in this event. And it looks like today so far, the zone pushes towards them, and they're getting knocks on some people around them. So they're still 4 strong. They did just get a res onto somebody that was knocked, but they're successfully holding off all the people around them. Now they just have to make sure to continue to hold at least a spot. A little bit worried how spread they are.
5 points for them so far, and they get the zone with a nice spread with nice coverage in that zone. If they could get a huge game here, they're all of a sudden potential for a top 5, just like we mentioned in the beginning of the day. Any of these teams almost can still make that top 5. Now Nova, 2 eliminations, they have a full 4-man team. Let's see what Nova's got. Nova's got to do something huge here and utilize their 4 players, and it's might be harder said than done because we have Star Gaming right next to them with 3 players up. The Chosen right now trying to hold down an area with their smokes, but they're not even in zone, and Robert gets nailed out of that buggy.
Wow, here we go, and the rest of Nova are going to start going as well. So Star Gaming ended up making that big rotation up into WALLSTREETBETS, but it does not work out, as you can see there. And now Nova attempting to do the same thing, but not straight into the northern teams, but actually straight into Ace here. Oh, okay. It looks like some of the members of Ace of Spades slowly getting chunked down here. Such a big split actually happening that the Chosen are the ones that end up getting eliminated from where the rest of Nova are, but as Nova push over, they're going to find themselves face-to-face with a couple more people.
I think Nova made a little bit of a slip-up mistake there. We saw one player go into Ace of Spades while the rest, you know, take out TC. Yeah, one step at a time, Nova. Take out TC first and then set up on Ace of Spades. If Nova still had 4 with Ace of Spades being so split up, they could have put themselves in a great position to close and win out the game. And just like that, we're down to 4 teams. HQA only has 1. Lubu all the way up in the north. I don't expect to see him do much anytime soon, especially if he gets the zone. He's just going to lay quiet there. Ace of Spades right now is a team doing the most, extremely spread out. Look at that mini map on the top right. I hope they don't, you know, try and do more than they could handle.
That's what I was worried about, right? But actually, so far, the split's been good for them. Like MEZEXIS, the solo player, all the way down to the southern side, it was actually Blinky, the northernmost player, that spotted him out and took him down. So far, I think it's working out for them, but I'm still nervous. Like, if Nemesis goes down here, like, is there really a way that he's going to get any sort of a res happen? Or even Blinky, actually, even worse? Like, tiny bit worried. As Nova starts pushing over, though, Ace of Spades really has to decide what they're focusing on. Nemesis is clearly trying to figure out what they should be focusing on, taking some shots towards Nova right now, but even WALLSTREETBETS, as you can see Blinky focusing on, they're so weak right now, there's only one person left standing.
Ace of Spades literally has the best zone coverage possible in the late game. They are handling these 2 teams extremely well. They're putting out so much pressure that Nova's forced to just fight WALLSTREETBETS and vice versa. So I think Ace of Spades is going to end up just trying to get as many points as they can. Now they're going for the killing blow onto WALLSTREETBETS. That is WALLSTREETBETS out. Nova's all that remains, and Nova only has 2 players, and they are absolutely pinned in from every angle with not much cover to work with.
Oh man, you can even see that Nova, they tried getting a knock to somebody there, but it didn't happen, right? They needed that knock to have worked out, but it did not. Oh, there we go. And even Rin, unfortunately, going down to the blue zone, actually. It's not just Ace of Spades that's putting on pressure, it's also the blue. Ace of Spades, that was a huge chicken dinner for them. I'm so glad we got to see them this early on in the game, be able to do that with 13 eliminations.
13 eliminations, 20 points from the plays, or 15 from getting the chicken dinner. That is a lot of points all of a sudden, and they might be in the first page now. We got so many moving parts, so that's why we're going to go to the highlights and then have the desk add everything up and break it all down for you guys.
Everybody, welcome back here to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I hope you guys are excited for a good show, just like I am. And we saw WALLSTREETBETS, but it's some crazy action. Salmon, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Like, a lot of the team, by the way, exactly what we mentioned happened. We talked about those bottom teams playing that spoiler role. Ace of Spades was like, oh yeah, hey, we're in last place. We can be that spoiler. Oh,
yes.
It always happens on the last day.
Oh, it always does. Always good to hear good things, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the match standings to see where everybody is lining up after this one. All Ace of Spades. So Ace of Spades coming up with a wonderful finish here, Glitter.
Honestly, you know what? This is going to make things even more interesting. First of all, congratulations to Ace of Spades for the performance. 13 elims for a 28-point chicken dinner. That's a great way to start off the day. Wall Street Bets up there, though, one of those squads that was within striking distance of the top 5. So these points for Wall Street Bets will be huge. Nova,
Yes.
the only reason Nova being up here right now is a big deal is because they got more points than Knights did. We talked about how there was really only a 33-point gap between first and second. That wasn't that big. If Nova is able to capitalize on games where Knights go out early, then they can slowly chip away that if it continues to happen. I doubt that it will, but we'll have to see what happens with the overall standings there. Then MEZEXIS is able to get 8 elims, and then things kind of got a little bit spread out from there, 7 for the first match of the day. But, you know, I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, you have HQA there as well, the Chosen Knights. You mentioned it perfectly. They did end up with 5 points. But the thing, Nova got more points. I do want to see that second page, though, because we are going to be seeing some of the other teams that were fighting for that top 5. And I'm looking at you, Star Gaming. I'm looking at you, APHELION Esports. Only 2 points, only 3 points when some of the other teams are starting to step it up. I mean, in a way, I kind of like it because at the end of the day, it's just going to make this even closer and anybody can make a push for that top 5. And then we go down a little bit more. Execute, not performing well either. Korean barbecue lovers, not performing well either. Shocking. Just absolutely shocking, the stuff we're seeing here in this first game.
Shocking indeed. Absolute craziness. I don't think any of us would have predicted that these were the squads that were going to get the most eliminations, and we actually didn't. But hey, you know what? Last day, you're always up for some serious surprises, 7. You know, now I think it's time we take a look here at the top damage to see which squad ended up hitting it the most, and it looks like it was going to be Ace of Spades.
Ace of Spades, and it's not even close. 2,000 damage, 13 eliminations. None of us picked Ace of Spades. And yeah, none of us would have expected for them to do what they just did on that first match. MEZEXIS, though, 1,200 damage. Look at that conversion rate. That's actually pretty solid out of them. Then you got Nova with the 1,200 damage. Nova stayed too silent for too long. Would have loved to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of them, especially with the spot that they had, too. Something to point out, though, Wall Street Bets, love the conversion. Glitter, something to point out, Nova, they seem like they were trying to bother Knights at the beginning of that match.
Yeah.
They were overlooking where Knights landed, and they were taking some shots here and there, maybe sending a message. Instead of Knights hunting down Nova, it was the opposite.
You know what? I like the energy, okay? Because we weren't sure which way it was going to go. Was Knights going to leave them alone or try to take them out early? Or were some of the lower teams going to accept their fate and try to instantly go into that spoiler role? I like the aggression. They weren't able to do a whole lot with it. They weren't able to convert on it, but look at what they did do. They have shrunk the lead down to 22 points now. The second team to hit the 200-point mark. So this is what I'm talking about. If they were unable to do this yesterday. When Knights did poorly, Nova did poorly. They weren't able to really make that benefit themselves. This time they did, and it makes a difference here. And the other team that needs to watch out, 7, you called them out, Korean barbecue lovers. I mean, Wall Street Bets did well, and Wall Street Bets is only 3 points behind Korean barbecue lovers in 5th place for this overall. 1 point behind them is APHELION. This is going to be a battle for top 5.
And then you have MEZEXIS in 8th place, 13 points, saying, well, hello there, 5th place. You're kind of looking cute right now. And if we go to that second page, please, because it's not just top 8 teams. Guess what? You got HGA, you got the Chosen that could possibly make a push, and you know what? Ace of Spades, I didn't give you enough credit, but my goodness, the jump you guys have made from 16th place all the way to 11th place. You guys are now 26 points away from being able to make it to top 5. And I'm usually against this, but I'm gonna want to go for it right now. Ace of Spades, if you make it to top 5, that is gonna be amazing, Hot Jukes.
Oh, that would be insane. I'll tell you what. Back-to-back. Our back-to-back PUBG Mobile Pro League champions here for North America are in big trouble, especially with these squads going and putting up crazy numbers here, Glitter.
I'm a little bit concerned, so I'm excited to see what happens in this next match because, Jukes, it's Sandhawk time.
Let's go. It's Sandhawk time. It's time to get it started. Let's go send it on over to Zute and Span Cargo.
Thank you, Juke. Sandhawk time. It's Medstrat time. It's Nova time to maybe catch up with a little more points. Knights only finished that game 1 with 5, and Nova got the better of them. Closing that gap ever so slowly. Now we know the Knights on Sandhawk typically just crush it, but Sandhawk is one of those maps that you always never know what may happen, no matter how experienced you are. And I think something that we're seeing a little bit different today is just the zones in general, right? Circle 1 was very tame. Circle 2 also extremely tame to a point where we still had like 63 players alive heading into Circle 3, and that's when all the chaos happened. So we might see something similar today with the other maps where, first Circle doesn't allow for a lot of action and things might get a little bit beyond certain teams' controls.
Something just a little bit slower. I think that makes sense. Like the first couple of days, like kind of being a little bit more aggressive, getting those points, and now maybe thinking a little bit more methodically. I don't know. I feel like I'm used to it being the opposite way, to be honest. But, seeing a difference, I guess, is what I'm saying. I'm not surprised to see. But we are officially on Sandhawk. The hype is there. And I really, really want to see, especially for this one, what's going to happen with the zone, because it's very much been in the same place this entire final so far. And I think it'd be interesting to see the difference if it kind of decided to go over to the eastern side this time, because there's a lot of teams that drop to the east that have kind of, I feel like, been suffering, figuring out how to get back over to the western side. I feel like the last couple of times we've gotten the chicken dinner, like the winners for the Sandhawk matches have been those guys that are kind of over to the west already.
I think over like thousands of Sandhawk games that I've seen, and we do see the first Circle, another one of those very tame ones, but the question mark is there. Northwest Island, is that in play? But I've seen so many Sandhawk circles where it just rarely ever goes super east. The most east that I usually see it go is like to the west of Bonn, or maybe in the Quarry area or around Paradise Resort, right? Like Mong Nai, Camp Bravo, Lakawi, Camp Hong. It just never really goes all the way to the east like that. So with this first circle coming up, I don't see anything that's really going to stand out. I don't even think a lot of teams are going to engage on each other with this zone. We might see some, players getting caught out on the edges of the zone, being, really spread out from drop. We see a long distance little fight here between MEZEXIS and HQA, but I don't think we're gonna miss any like full-blown engagements. There should be a knocks back and forth, but I think that's gonna be about it.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that. Everybody is decently spread out. There is one thing that's a little bit weird to me right now, and that's this member of the Chosen aren't where they usually are. I don't know if he accidentally like dropped late or something, but he's actually up on that northwestern island instead of around that ruins area with the rest of his team like he usually is. Yeah, just barely. It's Opa up there, and I just saw his parachute kind of finish not too long ago, so there's something that they were doing with sending him up there. Not quite sure what, but otherwise that's like the only difference thing or a questionable thing that I see here. Otherwise, everybody's so far away from each other right now.
Yeah, I think he's actually up there to get meds, right? Because we saw Nova starting to spread more and more, and maybe they spread a little bit in TC's territory for med stratting, or at least collecting the meds. So TC had to readjust and like move that player up to the northwestern island. And there is 3 teams that drop up there. But I'm guessing he found like a nice little pocket area to loot where Execute doesn't take up. So, like for sure, TC also is a med stratting team. We saw them get second place sometimes when Nova was not able to med strat up to the second place. So they're definitely collecting as many meds as they can at the start of the game.
That makes sense. That's always like, I don't know if it was a mistake more so than like a decision. Especially because these other teams that are up there don't really go into the area that he currently is at. But you know, it'll be interesting to see if he's going to be able to make it back or if some other teams are going to start making the movements. It's always the rotation part of after the looting phase that makes me a bit nervous about some teams. And actually, because of that, there's a member of HQA and Execute super close to each other up on top of the very top of the mountain on that northwestern island. And I for sure thought we were going to see some sort of a fight happen, but I actually think, I'm not quite sure who decided to be quiet, but obviously there's some sneaky things going on, basically just sneaking around each other for sure.
We might see one fight break out between Knights and APHELION. They're getting really close to each other on that hilltop. I know that hilltop is very desirable. Oh, actually, Star Gaming sending a player. I'm looking at the minimap. We might catch this soon on camera. Oh, this play.
They
He
always
just
come here.
drove. He just drove all the way.
This is actually so smart for the Knights. I mean, Star Gaming always comes here, ZK. They always rotate here.
Yeah.
So the Knights wanted that.
I feel like that's more of a big mistake by Star Gaming, because when the circle's more south, the Knights won't be here. This circle is a lot more north than usual, right? So they should expect the Knights to readjust north a little bit more, because usually Knights is what? Boot camp and on top of the giant hills south of boot camp when the circle's more south. Now that the circle's more north, they're at boot camp and the warehouses. So I think that was just a big mistake out of Star Gaming. Like I think they took maybe a gamble. Like they thought like, okay, there's a chance Knights might be here, but we're gonna gamble this because if they're not here, we're in a great spot. So with Star Gaming being in such a good position though in the overall, you know, leaderboards in that top 5, I'd rather see them, you know, play it more tactile than risking certain things. So I don't agree with that, but the Knights will pick up 1 point. APHELION Esports on top of the hill actually will pick up the other point. So that also gives the Knights the information that APHELION is on top of the hill. So I don't think those two teams will start fighting each other anytime soon. The team that will fight soon though is KBL, and back to back really spread out. They need to start grouping up, or at least getting closer in a way where they can provide some support to J-Way and J7.
Yeah, Ace are slowly getting closer and closer. All of them actually right on top of each other for now. And J-Way is going to be encountering them first. I mean, they have to be seeing that all these doors are open and this place is clearly looted for right now. So somebody was obviously here. I mean, they should know that back-to-back actually drops here. And it's going to be J7 that's found out first. Joey getting that knock and immediately going for the flush. That makes the other members, you can see, a little bit suspicious. J-Way getting the knock there because his teammate from across the water was able to help him out, but through the window? Oh, man.
That could have been a huge throw out of KBL, but it was a bigger throw out of back-to-back. He should have got that player hopping in through the window, and through the ensuing panic, Polo's running across the bridge, and he gets taken out. J-Way got shot in the back, thinking, you know, everybody was on the northern side. This is beautifully executed by KBL and terribly, terribly played out by back-to-back. This is back-to-back's home ground territory. They should know better, but they've been performing worse and worse as the games have gone on, I feel like.
Yeah, I won't entirely disagree with that. Kill switch now being the last one alive, it's gonna be horrible. Needless to say, for the rest of the match, especially because KBL, here they come. Can Kill switch really do something about 2 people here with shotguns? Like, I don't really think so. Yeah, see, DBS just immediately just smacked out of the game, right?
Jeez.
So KBL, that's just 4 kind of easy peasy elimination points for them, and they got that cross across the water that I think that they were looking for.
I did notice like a small detail that I think kind of threw back-to-back off. So KBL, they rotated from Pinon up to the north side, right? To do that push. Except for the initiation of that push, they first wrapped around to the north to push down south. So maybe back-to-back thought this was a northern team pushing in, and it wasn't KBL, because they didn't push south straight up through that bridge area. They pushed from the south, wrapped to the north, and then pushed from the north of that bridge little compound intersection down into them. So that might have confused them. Either way, huge decision making right there by KBL to push that way, and I think it worked out for them, and it made back-to-back seem like completely confused as to what was happening.
Yeah, I'll agree with that actually, especially if they even thought that there was a threat of KBL coming from the south and there's this other team pushing them from the north. Like, that could explain their decisions with the way that they kind of held that, at least. KBL, though, they're actually not deciding to cross just yet. I think this is an interesting choice, too. I mean, I guess this next zone still hasn't, like, for sure decided if it's going to go to the east or the west. They kind of want to stay in that middle so that they can choose either one. But that opens up this danger. So you can see Nova now driving into this compound and kind of crashing into this area. Looks like KBL will leave just in time, deciding to stay on the west. But that danger was very much there. Same with, unfortunately, for Star Gaming. Oh man, them losing 2 people that early on. This compound is so good. It's so strong with zones that come up here. But since there's only 2 members of Star Gaming left, like, they can't hold this off by a whole 4-man team of APHELION crashing into this.
Whoever's the IGL right now for APHELION, I gotta give them a little bit of applause here. They were on top of that hill when they saw that buggy swinging from this location, and they saw Star Gaming lose 2 players. Now, put the 2 and 2 together, the other 2 players are probably on top of this hill with the new circle shifting a little bit north. Hey, we got 4 people. Let's take it away from them. We want this spot instead. So really good job out of APHELION to take advantage of that info that they gained earlier on. And hopefully the circle will go a little bit more north and reward them heavily for it. But even if it doesn't, this is a great spot, like you said, and they have a lot of options to play from here.
I'm only a little bit nervous now because they didn't end up getting rid of either of the last members of the Star game. You could see them literally in the mini-map, like on opposite sides of the corners there. One hiding in the little shack, the other in the water. So, I mean, those 2 solos might come back to kind of haunt them later. But for now, they've got themselves some sweet new place to kind of live out the rest of this match. And Star Gaming, I mean, they're just trying not to be seen at all. We do have this next zone about to reveal itself shortly to see if that was well worth it. We can also see, actually, there's still a good amount of people inside the blue. I mean, you already pointed out TC, a little bit more of a heal strategy kind of team. Nova actually not inside the blue at all right now, definitely waiting for it. But also Ace and WALLSTREETBETS over there towards the east. And it looks like, actually, APHELION will be rewarded up to the north this goes.
Yeah, and Star Gaming must be kicking themselves for that initial rotation down to the south. Like I said, no need to risk or gamble anything when you guys are in a good position on the overall leaderboards. This is how you start losing your position on the leaderboards and having other teams pass them up. There's still a few more games to go, though, so Star Gaming by no means is like, you know, feeling the pressure too much. They're feeling it a little bit right now as 2 of their players are split up, but it might work out for them still because one of their players, Robert, is dead smack in the middle in a shack. So he might get some placement points here as we see a lot of the other teams deciding to move out. Nova, I think they've collected all the meds that they can, so now they're just doing both, like med stratting and moving as a 4-man team to take fights. Yeah, Koi right now with 31 and 25 bandages. So, man, it's like a shopping center down there in the southwest, man. 31 first aid kits. Jeez.
My goodness, it like makes me wonder what else is in his inventory. I feel like that's just it, you know?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Probably like 1 mag. And that's it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be fair, I guess if you succeed with that 1 mag, then you can just replenish the bullets that you needed, right?
Yeah, Coops getting a knock on. Yeah, that's Coops from all the way down there getting a knock on the Snowmix. I mean, Coops is right now running in first place for MVP by like a good stretch for a reason, right? This guy can hit his shots long range, close range, mid range. He's also on top of that the IGL for the Knights. So
with
it's
his
like
eyes closed, with his map up, yeah, he can do everything.
Yeah, he is the perfect player, and not just a perfectly balanced player. He is perfectly OP in every aspect of the game as well. So I mean, this Coops doing Coops things, as that should be like trademarked right there. Coops just doing Coops things.
You say that a lot, actually, so I agree. I agree with that statement. This is actually interesting here. HQA, they're in the water. They are swimming. They're little fishies trying to get to those little dock compounds across the water. And unfortunately, Lubu is not going to be joining them because Execute is here now. Maybe the rest are going to be far enough that the rest Execute can't spot out HQA. That kind of looks like to be the case. But now they got to know, okay, well, there's no way we're going to start swimming in that direction because there's already somebody holding that. And it's not just Execute there. There's also a good amount of people behind them too. Like at least one team, but I see even more names. Like I think there's 2 teams behind them on
More
that.
than just
on that
KB.
western
Oh, you're
side.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the Chosen and KBL on
Wow.
the sliverest, like the slimmest of zones on that northwestern island. We
Yeah.
have 3 teams. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, TC pulling up. KBL is probably thinking like, oh, we got the drop on Execute. Execute's probably thinking, oh, we got the drop on HQA. And now TC's got the drop on KBL. So,
Oh my gosh.
geez, this is, I mean, what's wrong with the eastern side? I mean, I know the Knights are on the eastern side, so maybe that's why they want to avoid that. But yeah, a lot of teams on the west and the circle. We are going up to the hill. Nova with the insane rotation. They just carved their
They're
way
in
through the
there.
map. Yeah, they carved their way through the map perfectly, not losing a single player, and they have all 4 into the last zone, into the late game in a very strong spot. And it's going to have to be the Knights, I feel like, that it's going to engage them right there. So good job out of the Nova team.
I'm also interested. Wall Street Bets finally have hit land towards the northeastern side of the previous circle. So that means with this new one, they have no information. They've been botating this whole time, and they got to figure out where they want to rotate to on the north side of this new zone. That's going to be pretty hard to kind of come back from. They just got to focus on fighting those couple of teams to kind of take the north from those already there, mainly being the hit list. That's going to be hard, though, because of the presence of HQA and potentially from the presence of those other teams on the western side that honestly might start swimming over too. There is a little bit of the eastern side still there, but not ideal. Like, you'll get there and then the next one for sure is over with. Look, actually TC I think realized that, are starting to go for it, but KBL, they're just, oh my goodness, it's a firing line. Nobody's getting past.
Nope. And Execute now knows there is a team behind them. And I love what KBL is doing, right? Game 1, we saw them not fight and do a little more rotation. Game 2, I mean, they're just taking their fights and up to 6 points already. I think KBL knows what they need to do for the rest of the tournament, and that is take these engagements when the rotation is not as obvious or as apparent. Now we have MEZEXIS from inside the zone, right? Gatekeeping KBL and the Execute team potentially. I think TC still has 1 player or 2 players further back. One of them, Gajia, has made it into the zone. He crossed the bridge and is in the shack in the center of zone. Execute now making their presence known. KBL getting a little bit surprised there. And, oh, he just got tagged by, I don't know where, maybe MEZEXIS from across the water?
I would just assume anybody, honestly. Like, this spot is so hard. There's so many teams over here, and those teams right across the water can just see like all of this, honestly. It's so hard to fight right here. But what else are they gonna do? They have to. So we can see Acer trying to do something with those nades. And actually, that one does confirm that knock onto Execute there. So that one was well worth it. But Acer is still down. His other 2 teammates are now kind of playing like the trolls under the bridge kind of a thing. Where else can they go? They have to play underneath it.
Yeah,
And Wall Street Bets are out. Oof.
Wall Street Bets are out, and surprise, surprise, Knights breach the compound, and Nova cannot hold the defense. I think Knights on the aggression is just the best team as far as everyone here. Like, when we see them just forced to crash something and take a fight, they rarely lose, and more teams often than not lose that. Nova now down to 1 player, and Koi's got 31 first aid kits. I think the Knights also know to hunt for Koi, potentially. They might think Koi is way out in the blue, just already med-stratting, but no. Koi is in the zone, and I'm really curious to see if the Knights take out Koi, will they med-strat, or will they make a statement by not even using the 31 first aid kits and fighting into the late game as 4?
Oh, well, they all decided to clear the last building that they weren't sure of, and Koi goes out anyway. So I was wondering, I was like, okay, he's in that one building. Are they just going to ignore it, or are they going to clear that? It just makes sense. Of course the Knights are going to clear that, and altogether, actually. So that med strat's not going to come through. I mean, maybe the Knights will decide to go for it if this next zone doesn't shift in their favor. But which team will win the map? According to our desk, we have Jukes thinking that APHELION's going to take it. Glitter with MEZEXIS, and Seven with the Knights. What do you think about that?
I don't think the Knights can take it just because they're not in zone down there. And you could see it is nothing but open grass for them to get into the zone. And once they get into the edge of zone, I'm not talking about APHELION's spot. It is still just no cover. So they have to pretty much try and take APHELION's position. Yeah. And you can see that it's like near impossible there. Oh my!
Ooh.
How?
Okay.
What?
Near impossible, you say?
Spec hits near impossible shots. Like, what was that? Spec hopped out the window with half HP. He had his sights trained on Spec the whole time, and Spec just ripped him up.
That timing was so good. I'm sorry. Impossible push, just insane spray right there.
Yeah.
It's still hard though.
Yeah, I mean they couldn't do the push, but I mean Spec doing Spec things. I don't know. Every player of the Knights could do whatever they can do, which is a lot. So now we got MEZEXIS here against the HITLIST, and yeah, Koops will be using those med stratting from, or the med kits from Nova. That's almost like a low blow. I feel like they made fun of Nova for med stratting, and then they take out Nova and be like, okay, well, I guess we'll do it too then and show you how it's done.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know how to comment on that, but that is true. That now that there's only one left and they just have all those first saves at their disposal, why not? I don't know. This zone, yeah, if the last zone was hard for them, this next one's even harder. It continues to go up towards that northwestern side. You can see even in the distance though, these guys can see each other. APHELION just at such a great spot at the top of this hill in that compound, but they have to leave that now. They have to start going down that hill, and that's where it's not going to be as easy. We already have KBL actually underneath the bridge in front of them. It's going to be hard. And actually, I just now realized Gadja for the Chosen in the very center shack, like he's so happy to decide to go there.
Yeah, that rotation, that full send across the bridge where they lost half their team, worth, right? But KBL, they're making their position worth too, using this area beautifully well, picking up a lot of knocks, a lot of points, and Gotcha gets the last circle pretty much right on top of them. But man, KBL up to 10 eliminations now. And it was a little bit questionable, right? I remember you asking, KBL taking the northwestern island, you know, where it was so much of the zone was on the eastern island. I mean, I think KBL had the idea that they were going to fight their way in, and it is working beautifully for them. 11 points now. They're about to pick up Snow Mix too, potentially. And the only person they kind of have to worry about is Supig behind him, medding in the blue, but they should be okay.
Yeah. Oh, right as he said it, Supig's actually taking some shots towards here and almost gets the knock onto Sam there. It doesn't happen though, and he's going to be taken out by the blue zone. So they were worried for a hot sec there. You can see them all instantly going for that cover. It doesn't matter anymore. APHELION though, I was going to say this is what's scarier for me, is them having to push up and do this. Unfortunately, Supig taking those shots in the blue zone was the perfect timing for APHELION to get that res.
Sam was going to nade the shack, but he's going to go for the two-pointer instead. Throws it towards APHELION. Nate in the open. That should be a free opening knock. Now Sam's got to fight. Oh! But it was from the shack. TC strikes, and he goes for the confirmation points and gets the other one. Gotcha! Clutching it up right there. And now we're down to three teams. Three solos.
Wait.
Gotcha in the zone. Koops with... Oh my god, he still got 10. He could maybe med his way and get sightlines on Gotcha. I'm not... He can med his way and get sightlines on Gotcha. It just depends on if Gotcha is going to be in the open enough for Koops to spot him out.
That's actually...
The shack's
this is actually crazy.
The shack's not in zone. If it
is
closes
the very
up,
edge of it? The very, very edge of it might be. But I'm actually, my mind is blown right now. There's seriously only one person in this end zone? Like, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Is this side of the shack in zone?
I
If
think
it's
the
not,
very edge of it might be.
if it's not, Coops could find sightlines. How many meds does Coop have? I think he's got like 7 left. Like,
4.
if anyone could do it, it's Coops. And what better, if Coops nails this, what better way to show Nova how med stratting is done? To do
Oh,
the all
no.
impossible. All right, I mean, Blue Zone's so slow, though. It's closing so slowly. Coops only has 2 left. I think he might have spotted Gajia right there. He spotted a sliver of him. Oh, this might be it. Oh. Oh, no!
See,
He's got-
there's a sliver of the zone still in.
No!
Yeah, he's gonna stay in the shack.
No!
The possibility, though.
Oh, the circle. The circle. The circle. And look at that. Look at those stats. Did you see those stats for a chicken dinner? 341 damage, 3 eliminations, and they got the chicken
That's all
dinner.
you need.
Usually we see that if, you know, if Medstrat's is second, but that was a chicken dinner. What a game of Sandhawk. We're going to continue the shenanigans because we got 4 more games. We're going to go to the casters after a quick break.
The Chosen get that dub, and oh my gosh, I was so close. My prediction was almost right. I picked APHELION Esports, and if you would have won that 1v1, I would have got it. But you know what? The Chosen was just that much quicker. Not to mention, right, Seven and Glitter, welcome back here, right? Coops almost had that. Almost could have had that as we take a look here at the match ranking, Glitter.
Listen, I feel like we keep waiting for the heavy hitters to come out on top today in this last day, and everyone else is too busy scraping whatever points they can out that there's just no opportunity. I mean, the Chosen with the chicken dinner, you can see that it was a super passive Sandhawk match for them, though. Only 3 elims for 18 points, which means Knights almost matched that with 16 points because of Coops healing in the blue. APHELION had a fantastic performance with 10 elims. They also matched the 16 points. Korean barbecue lovers with the bounce back. You love to see it. Okay, 11 elims for them at 15 points. I mean, this was all over the place. And to be fair, still get some really decent placement out of Ace of Spades. So now they're being consistent for 2 games in a row. MEZEXIS is up here. HITLIST is up here. And it's all over the place right now, Seven.
Yeah, and then you're going to be having some yo-yo effects. And the one that I'm especially going to be looking at is going to be WALLSTREETBETS, because WALLSTREETBETS ended up in 15th place for the last match. And if we go to the overall ranking now, you can see Knights with that performance and eliminating Nova, they do end up getting a bigger gap now. And then we go to 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place, and that is only 13-point difference. And when you go down a little bit more, it's 16-point difference. So if I'm in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, like, your spot is not secure at all, Glitter.
Yeah, that's a good call out too, Jukes. The Chosen is now up here. HQA has been knocked out of this. APHELION and Korean Barbecue still separated by only 3 points because both of those squads just had a very strong Elim-heavy Sandhawk match, so didn't make a big difference there as far as climbing that leaderboard. And now, as we look farther down the list, I mean, Panthers all the way at the bottom. They have yet to break 11 placement points since yesterday. I mean, that couldn't be any less ideal for them back to back, just barely above them. And it's rough. What else do you see in here, Jukes?
I mean, back to back going that far low, just a stab into the heart. But I'll tell you what, that last match was a massive one for Korean barbecue lovers. I mean, because if they didn't put up those 16 points, they're out of the top 5 right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was clutch city for them. And then, boom, you know, the Chosen jumping on up. So many of these teams, it's going to swing. I think, to be honest with you, like at the end of the day, any of these teams, even on the second page in reality, except the Panthers, right, have a possibility of squeaking into that top 5.
I'm with you. Honestly, I'm with you because, I mean, we saw what happened in the first match. Some of those teams didn't perform, and some of the teams actually on this page did end up performing. I mean, Ace of Spades got a chance to go from 16 all the way to 11. If any of the teams that are like in 9th and 10th and already had those kind of points, right, if they have a performance like that, they could possibly push themselves all the way up to the top 5. And something that you mentioned with Korean barbecue lovers and APHELION Esports too, I mean, APHELION Esports still outscored them by 1 point, and they were able to just close that gap, and now the gap is only 3 points. I'm just speechless. This is the stuff
Bro,
I
it's
love.
chicken dinner time. It is chicken dinner time for these squads. Like, especially on that second page, one good dub, some serious elimination points, and they're back in the show. I mean, we just saw it, right? From Chosen, APHELION. Anything could really happen here, and this is what I like to see. And 2 teams, you know, I think we got to take a real close look at is Korean barbecue lovers and APHELION Glitter, because these are the 2 right now that are really in that battle for that 5th place spot.
And you can see just how close their stats are too. I mean, even with the difference in survival time and damage, they're pretty much dead even in their average elims. So that's going to be the placement point battle that they're going to be playing, or one of them needs to have a pop-off performance, because the fact that they both just had one at the same time, like you're saying, Seven, they closed the gap by 1 point, but they can't do that all day. They want to get a little bit of a cushion. One of them does, at least, so they're not constantly kind of looking over their shoulders and wondering if someone is about to creep up on them if they make one single mistake.
I mean, if they want to keep closing that gap by 1 point, I mean, at 1 point, they will end up passing them, right? But then you have to worry about the likes of the Chosen. You have to worry about the likes of WALLSTREETBETS, because those teams are just within a game of possibly passing you if what happens in the first game happens in any of the next couple of games.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think if the Knights really stick it to Nova one more time here in this next match and put up some serious points, at that point, I mean, it's nail on the coffin. I think they got this here, but and after that, they can do whatever the heck they want in this show. So that's something to really, really consider here, Glitter.
It most certainly is. And you know what? I want to see what happens. Like I said, the first 3 games of the day will determine the last 3. So I'm just not going to hold this up anymore, Jukes. Take us in there. Take us in there.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's take it on over to Aaron Gale. Let's send it over to Span Cargo and Zute.
All right, things are really starting to heat up. I don't think I could be a shark anymore because the action is getting too intense for me. TC all of a sudden in the front page now. KBL only 3 points, I think, ahead of APHELION to hold that top 5. And we see Star Gaming slipping a little bit, right? So that 3rd through 5th, like we heard the desk said, you are not secured by any means.
I was waiting for this. I was like, you know, the day one of finals, not even that. I feel like before that, I was like, I feel like this is going to be a nail biter to the very end. Like, seriously. Like, it's not going to be until the very, very end where we know the majority of the top 5. Because you know how it has been in the past? Like, oh, top 3, top 4, safe. It's really just the last one that are unknown. In this situation, there's so many unknowns. As they just said, it really just depends on who's going to be winning these first 3 matches for us to really see. So we're about to be going into that third one. We're getting into a third match on Erangel. So I think that's pretty exciting. We're getting into it.
Yeah, we'll see if military base. Maybe we've seen it happen one time. No, actually, we've seen it happen once where it's like for sure military base, and then it happened like I don't know 2 more times when it's like the most unsuspecting military base.
That's crazy.
So at least teams are somewhat familiar if it does go into the military base. The circles themselves have been not crazy, but just definitely difficult.
Oh yeah.
For these teams, like it's been like question marks, right? And then it just kind of shifts in a way where it just crunches everybody into like a grind pit. And some teams are getting ahead, some teams are just falling down. But I like KBL's change from game 1 to game 2, right? Game 1, they couldn't catch the circle and they got like 1 point. Game 2, they still couldn't really get the circle. So they just fought their way in and they managed to do it like almost perfectly. So we'll see where this first circle goes out of our first Erangel game.
Just taking a look at it like immediately, I'm like, wow, this is I'm hoping for a zone that's kind of to the southwestern side, I guess, because otherwise this lane path is really mean. But people are doing a good job so far, trying to spread out as far as possible up to that northeastern side. I just also feel like I just feel like the zone's gonna be around here somewhere. Still, actually, though, went further than I expected to. I will say, ZT. I decided to go more up to the north side than I thought.
Yeah, still a very tame circle. I think it's safe to say a lot of teams are going to assume that northern side of Erangel will not be in play, right? And then the rest of the map just pretty standard, right? If the circle is more east, it might, be a little bit trickier with like that lumberyard in play, with the shelter or the prison, or with shelter in play too, and the prison, Pride Rock, that giant rock area right over the prison. That area of the map would be more tricky. But here, everything is pretty straightforward. You have compounds with sight lines, you have hills with sight lines, you have a lot of open field to just drive by and hope you don't get sprayed out your car. So I think we're going to be in for a very slow first zone. KBL might think differently and do something as Quan doesn't even have a weapon, but Polo's only got a pistol. I don't know how many bullets he had. Yeah, Sam's helping out, and Acer dropping in from the sky. Wait, what? Huh? Wait.
He flew in there, bro. Was he? I assume they were stretching. No way. They actually get the knockout.
Oh, jeez.
I was gonna say this is taking so long. There's no way that something else doesn't happen, but the punch out does. Polo gets knocked and punched out with that.
I missed that. I didn't even.
Yeah, he got knocked from the person that just got run over.
Oh, okay. So he got knocked and then got finished by getting punched out.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But it was Sam who knocked him with a micro Uzi. Then he got punched out by Quan.
Who took out Kill Switch on that hill on the backside?
That's a great question.
Was it Sam running in the open and he just like 180'd him?
I assume maybe Joey here.
Joey from that distance with an AK? I mean, that's a nasty shot too.
And then,
let's not forget, Acer flew in from the sky to like Batman drop on Polo to knock him out.
That was the most interesting fight exchange I think
I've never seen. Not even in casual games where players do a lot of like, not even on YouTube videos of PUBG Mobile. Content creators literally try and do the craziest things to entertain people. I have seen someone drop in on somebody to try and punch them out.
Well, you gotta get like right. Even if there's a car run over in a game in a fight, like I'm excited about it. So we got like a car run over, a knock from afar, that was expected. A knock from afar, somebody like flying in from the sky, like a punch out. Like we got a good amount. Like that was bingo. Like we got to call bingo on that one.
Oh. The only way it could have been a little bit better is when Acer dropped in. I can't even remember who was Acer's teammate next to the rock. If they both went at him together with fists and actually punched him out.
Yeah, Quan. They both just went.
Yeah, Quan. There was a little bit of disconnect there, right? Because Quan was still hiding behind the rock because Sam was coming with the weapon.
Yeah.
But Acer was just like, YOLO.
Like, don't worry about it, bro.
Send it. Yeah, like I got this. Like trust me, bro. And the trust is not there. Nova coming in with the third party, obviously. Nova knowing exactly where these two teams are, gonna try and capitalize on it. Now we got 4 players trapping J7 in here. I think the rest of back-to-back like just immediately split when they saw another team pull up, and J7 got left behind. I'm still trying to process what happened.
Yeah, my brain's a little slow today or something, because I'm still thinking about it too, honestly. Like, the rest of his team was already on the ground, and this guy, he didn't fall from like a short height. He like flew from like such a height.
Yeah, how long was he stretching? Okay, so
like where was he going?
So I think KBL goes like north of shelter, and we saw that plane path, right? It was very southern, like it cut through military base. So I think he was like, he pulled the shoot extremely early and was like 1,000 meters up in the sky. And his teammate Quan dropped down for a vehicle and got caught or something.
Yeah.
And he's just still stretching 1,000 meters up in the sky, like to shelter. And he makes like a decision, it's like, all right, I'm dropping in on him. Like when Quan passed the info, all he has is a pistol, right? Acer was like, it's time. It's time. And
what is it? It was like right when the urges, like you can't control them anymore. You just have to do it. Like that's definitely what that was. He was just like, probably shouldn't, but impulsive, just fly down. That was crazy.
That's that's one for the books. I don't.
We
think,
thought the start was gonna be not interesting.
Yeah, not at all.
Now I'm excited, bro. Like. That was so good.
That was the most interesting thing I've seen all of my 5 years, 4 to 5 years in PUBG Mobile.
Wow.
That was the most interesting thing I've ever seen.
Well, there you go. Number 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I think that's my number 1 too, honestly, actually.
Yeah, like I don't think any of us expected it. Like he's hiding behind the rock. The other guy's only got a pistol. Sam's covering with the M4. Okay. And then boom, Acer man. We'll call that.
I wish I heard the comms, bro. I wish I heard the comms. Yo, someone just jumped at me from the sky. Like, moments like these are where I wish I got to like sit in there, like voice comms and just listen to the reactions. But, oh boy.
All right, back to the game.
Back to reality.
The game. Everything else pretty normal. Nova picked up 1 point, try and do that third party, respect it, get any point you can. Nova, or Knights are actually right above Nova. Well, not right above, but north of Nova by a little bit. Star Gaming is actually on the far eastern side. I think Star Gaming came in on a really late rotation to see if they could do anything to back-to-back and Nova if they kept fighting on that eastern side. So Star Gaming also looking to get every possible point. And KBO is out, by the way. We haven't even touched on that. Korean barbecue lovers, they're out, and they were in 5th place, only few points ahead of APHELION. So APHELION, this is a huge game for them to not only pass up KBO, but knock them out of that qualifying top 5. So as much fun in games as that was, this was a tragic game for KBO. It's just now settling in for me. Like, that was not good for KBO by any means.
No, I don't think you want that. It's like a good thing that they have 3 more matches after this is kind of how I'm thinking about it. Because that going out with, wait a second, going out with just 1 point? Yeah, that's not how you want to be, especially with the place that they were in. And whoa, okay, Start Gaming again with just an absolute like launch into an area against the Knights for a second time here. At least this time they each have one person knocked here, but the Knights still have the advantage by being just a little bit more ahead, and you can see Xenox utilizing these rocks really well, getting a knock into yet another one, trying to hide behind a vehicle for some sort of cover. That leaves two more. They're just getting in vehicles, they're just gone, they're just leaving.
Ooh. That Start Gaming once again losing 2 members early by
The Knights.
kind of full sending. This one, it seemed more of a team effort pull up, right? And they almost kind of had the Knights potentially. They had the opening and then got traded. So it could have been a very close fight. But the way Star Gaming gave that fight up just shows to me that they just want to get every little possible point like that they can to stay in top 5. They are a little bit comfortable still as far as the point separation between them and 5th place. But after this game, depending on what happens with the rest of the teams, they might need to start tightening things up.
I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit easier to just make sure you get enough points to stay in that top 5, but you still got to be playing, obviously, to the best of your ability to gain as many points as possible. But yeah, potentially going out, just all 4 of them going out in that moment is worse than them being able to continue to play as a 2-man. And we can see even in the very center of the map here, the Chosen, some of them are finding themselves in not that great of a position, just in the middle of a field, and APHELION putting so much pressure on them. Like Gajia, he's like stuck there for like the rest of the game potentially until something distracts him. No, he's just behind a tree.
Oh, like, okay, because I know there's some dips over there that, like, ridges, right? Like, they could drive over to him and pick him up if there's ridges, but if he's actually just behind a singular tree on flat ground, then yeah, he is stuck. We'll see what happens. And this is the center of the zone, so they might just stay here for a little bit longer. Okay, now I see Gajia. I think he has a little small ridge line that he's working with, but not by nowhere means safe to pick up.
Yeah, that's his home for now. Is the way to put it, I guess. So many people. 19 Esports, they're actually going for some sort of a rotation. I'm gonna be interested to see where they're gonna end up. They're just starting to go all the way down to the southern side here. It's like, when did they decide to start going in, start going towards the center of this circle? Because right now, Pachinki is just a huge obstacle in front of them with a good amount of people, honestly. And it looks like they're actually not deciding to go in further. They just kind of stayed the same amount inside zone, but just found themselves a compound. Probably just for sure waiting for this zone to close before they can really choose a direction to start going in.
Yeah, next circle is going to shift right here, and it goes to the west. A good size of Pachinki in zone. Now this circle is a lot more, I'd say, tricky than it might look, because a lot of the open areas of this map right now with this new zone is not playable.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like there's a lot of, open spaces teams could play in, but it's just wide open fields that is exposed to very strong sight lines from different compounds and different vantage points. So this is definitely a harder circle for these teams to figure out, and we're probably going to end up seeing a lot of crazy rotations of teams just trying to find something if they want to get anywhere closer to the center.
I agree. I do think some of these teams were able to have some nice quick thinking there. HQA, I mean, they were already inside of Pachinki, but putting 2 in that church immediately, great decision by them. Even the Panthers, actually, they were on the mountain to the southern side of Pachinki. They found themselves that western compound of Pachinki. So that's going to be huge for them into the rest of this match. Everybody else that doesn't end up finding a spot kind of like that, we already know are just going to send it into Pachinki. So if there's anybody already in here that can really kind of put down any sort of defensive position, they got to start figuring that out now. The rest of HQA, I'm kind of glad to see that they're backing away, back towards that church, because I think that they should honestly really focus on that church position.
Yeah, that church position is extremely strong. You don't need much more in a zone like this, right? You have all your kind of options if the circle goes west, north, whatever the case might be.
What?
But yeah, maybe they want to get some points. They only have 1 player now on. Oh, now too, Crystal Pig is going back up. HQA should just back off here
Yeah.
because sure, like Nova is not a huge threat, but in case a team like just full sends the church position, you want a full team set ready to defend that. But it looks like everybody's kind of done moving. We have two teams fighting far in the northeast right here, nowhere close to zone. It's Ace of Spades and MEZEXIS.
Ouch. Oh, Ace of Spades getting at another elimination. It looks like they already got 2. I'm kind of interested in them now after that Miramar performance.
game? Yeah.
That first game for today. They're all the way up in the blue zone on the northern side. It looks like they're deciding to make a huge rotation actually from the east. They're going all the way to the western side, probably going to come in on the side of Ruins. The rest of MEZEXIS now just down to 2 people left. They're going to have to kind of play the same kind of game as back and Start Gaming are going for with just a duo.
Next circle now coming out. We have one team in the blue there. That's Ace of Spades making that long wrapping rotation. Knights on the edge towards the east. Nova. We saw them in Pachinki. They got a knock on. Ooh. Okay. Well,
it's a Pachinki game. Okay.
All right. Cool. I'll take it.
I did not expect that.
We haven't seen one yet, and this is better than Military Zone. I'll tell you that much.
Oh,
This is gonna
yeah.
be- well, let's bring it on in. Pachinki, open for business. Still a lot of compounds open for now. It's going to get really hectic.
Did you see that? Like right when we switched away, everybody's in their vehicles and just sending it into Pachinki. It's crazy. Like I'm looking at it right now. And it is crazy. Everybody's just trying to grab a spot in Pachinki right now because that's what you have to do, right? Like that's really the only thing that you can go for in a zone like this. You have to get the best kind of spots inside of Pachinki to start taking the fights. HQA, who are already here, instantly leaving that church position. There's people pushing them on the northern side, and they want these eliminations. You're right. I think they're definitely looking for a fight. Start Gaming being the first people in here, they're gonna go for it. They got to be careful though, because you can see the little purple team on the western side there. Like Dope can start spotting this out and making this really hard for them. There it is actually. Lubu goes down from it.
But it's so difficult to make any pushes, right? Because I mean, look at the minimap on the top right. There's so many
people.
teams. You peek out somewhere to throw a nade and you get knocked from another team, just like your neighbor across the ways, right? So it's like if you want to go for a full out push, any type of crossings you make is very dangerous. So I think there may be a lot of knocks, a lot of damage being done, but it's going to be a waiting game until full out pushes happen, because you don't even know like where the circle's still going to go in Pachinki. You might just get the zone yourself and not have to move anywhere.
Exactly. I mean, that's just what you have to kind of wait for in this. So it's going to be a waiting game, but it's going to be a loud one for a while because of this. Oh, man. Imagine having to guess which team will finish in the top 3 on this kind of a game. Hot Juke's going with the Knights, 7 with Nova, and Glitter choosing APHELION. Honestly, if I don't even know if I would be able to answer this. Like, what? Everybody's just in Pachinki. Like, it really comes down to, I think, the team and the gunplay for this decision.
Yeah, and a lot of just random chaos luck, right? Like
Yeah.
not regular luck, chaotic luck. Because if you get the zone, I mean, it's Pachinki. There's gonna be like maybe 10 other people that get the zone along with you, just like 2 buildings over. So it's just complete. It's gonna be complete chaos here, and that is if it does center into Pachinki. If it hard shifts like really hard, like to the east of Pachinki, it's open fields with like a few buildings of Pachinki in. So there's still that chance too. We'll see what happens as people just being friendly neighbors at this point. And yeah, that top right of the map, I see how many colors do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Too
7,
many.
8, 9, 10 maybe. We got like 10. We have 14 teams left alive still, 44 players going into
Wow.
circle 5. Oh,
This is the kind of game, like when I was a player and I was in a city and I saw 12 people alive, right? I'd just like, I'd be taken out and I'd be in like 10th place, and that's when I cry, like that's what these kinds of games are like. And with this next zone shift, I mean, it's not the absolute worst. It could have centered on Pachinki more, but Pachinki is for sure the ending of this. And Dope, honestly, pushing HQA off of that church up there, getting this next zone, I feel like they're in a really strong position. They don't have to be in the absolute chaos of what's happening in Pachinki, but they can kind of like add to it, right? Like they have the high ground eyesight position where they can really do a lot of damage, and they actually have a lot of room. They don't have to hide in whatever building that they got. They have the entirety of church, the little bulls up to the northern side, and they can really make a movement.
Yeah, and if the circle shifts off them, they don't have to like full send into Pachinki. That bowl you mentioned, they could work and smoke their way in. So we'll see how they decide to play this. Panthers on the south and west of Pachinki on a nice building for sightlines. Let's see if they can get anything done. The hit list just, I mean, not much they could do there. They get taken out. 2 of Execute down here. Execute, another team to kind of keep an eye on. They starting today extremely slow. They had a nice cushion or cozy position in the top 5. But if they don't manage to bring up some points and they do bad here again, they have 0 points right now. No eliminations and only 2 players on the edge of zone. They could potentially get knocked out and slip up and not qualify in the top 5.
Ooh. Just so many people are actually looking at them too, so it's a little bit worrisome for this match. And since there's only going to be 3 more matches after this, yeah, it just gets more and more worrisome, right? Like you want to get to that position where you have no worries, kind of like how the Knights are in their position on Leaderboard, right? Like there's no way people can catch up, or we're going to be pushed down below 5th place, so we're secured, right? So that's what all these guys are hoping for. And wow, just so many shots actually.
One Molly.
Whoa.
One Molly from Fishy. Yeah, took out both players of Execute right there. So that is Execute out with 0 points. Not looking good. You rather be KBO, who gets 1 point as the Chosen with a double knock. That needs to be a push. And yes, the Chosen are going to indeed make the push. 2v3 situation. We got Spec and Coops. Coops goes down. It's all down to Spec, but Spec is in a 1v3, and the Knights just obliterated. That nade was absolutely huge. And the Chosen, by the way, just made their way into the front page after the chicken on Sandhawk. This is looking really good for the Chosen. They're feeling it. They're up to 5 elimination points. I mean, they still got a ways to go because there's 11 teams left alive. Who knows where the circle is going to go? And, whoa, okay, Dope is in.
Dope circle, yeah.
The crown jewel of positions now. I don't think anyone's going to even try to push them fully. Like, it's going to be so difficult to push into Dope when you're pushing past 4 other teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can for sure, like, hide underneath that big ridge that they have, but that's about it. Like, I have no idea how they're going to get up there. Anybody who tries is just going to get kind of shot in the back, so... all of the chaos is kind of going to finish up around the edges of the buildings of Pachinki, and then Dope kind of just gets to sit there and make sure that nobody's pushing. Maybe the biggest threat will be APHELION, even though I think that they have to make a rotation in the open to even get close to where Dope currently is. But yeah, look, Nova currently trying to figure it out, just crashing right underneath that little ledge thing. This is going to be the most viable spot for all these people coming out of Pachinki to fight for. So Nova is going for it first. We'll see if later on that's the right decision for doing this so early against HQA. There we go, though. Rin getting that knock there. There's still one other member of HQA left in there. And Nova, I'm surprised to see that Koi, for some reason, cannot make it over there to kind of help him out.
Ren's doing a great job here as a solo, though. He just 1v2'd that with no problem, not even losing a singular HP. Back-to-back, meanwhile, got crashed on, I think, by the MEZEXIS team. It's down to J-Way. This is also another 1v1. J-Way with the health advantage throws a Molotov, doesn't connect. The flame spread extremely close, but he will get that first aid off. He's got a grenade in hand. Back-to-back, almost in last place in the overalls right now. They need to, I think at this point, back-to-back knows they won't make top 5. They just need to save themselves the shame of being last place while naming themselves back-to-back NA champions. That's not going to be a good look as they get taken out. 4 elimination points at the very least. And the Panthers are still trying to push on to Dope, but they're down to 2 players now.
Yeah, it's a hard one. It's honestly, it's so hard to push anywhere from there, but... Yeah, none of the members of Doper have even left that northern spot, so you know that they're successfully holding it down for now. It really is going to be these fights right here. They're kind of going to be a question mark. Oh, actually, leaving Koi back there for a push like this to happen is super smart, but unfortunately he does get taken out inside of that window. At a huge cost to 19 Esports, though. Look, there's only one of them left, actually.
Yeah, that was great. They sacrificed the player to utilize the 2v4 more effectively. So there's still one up, though. Ascent is here. He's going to go for a revive. I think Ren knows he needs to stop this. Yeah, he's putting pressure, which is great. He's getting some fire back, knowing he won't stick the revive.
Nice.
And through the chaos of all the gunshots, Ren runs right through. I don't think the 19E player was able to pick up on the audio, because it's kind of different in this type of late game. There's shots going everywhere. And Ren cleaned that out. Really good job out of Nova. I think they're going to tighten the gap once again with the Knights. But APHELION Esports, they are going to shoot into the top 5 in big fashion. They might even win this game. They are being so proactive. They're immediately taking control of the power position and like 90% of the zone by pressuring the side of Dope. And Dope is down to 3. They ended up losing 1 player.
3 of these teams right now already have so many elimination points, and they're going to secure a top 4 spot. These games are huge for all 3 of them. Like APHELION, Dope, Nova, such good games for them. I mean, you can even see the amount of eliminations that they have so far. APHELION with 7, Dope 9, Nova with 11. Like, that's crazy. I am really interested to see now how Dope is going to handle 3 members of APHELION right underneath this ridge that they need to start making the push for. It's the same situation. They got to kind of soak in the joy of being up on top of this mountain and nobody from Pachinki being able to push, but now they have to deal with the same situation. 1 big nade goes through onto Zuko, though, so that means 2 more left close by, but there still is one holding from further away.
Oh, Stoics gets a nice knock, and more importantly, doesn't get knocked himself, and APHELION just right back around, turns aggression onto Dope. That knock kind of baited Dope into thinking they had some opportunity, and now APHELION's about to be a full 4-man team, and Fishy might get a revive, but as soon as they get Zuko up, they're pushing aggressive. That might give Nova a 2nd place finish as Fishy's last one up. Nova's just got to stay alive. Fishy's caught out. Oh, Ren actually picks him up. Another point for a Nova. Ren in a 1v4 situation. Goes prone. Should go down here. And look at APHELION Esports with 4 members alive. 11 eliminations. APHELION Esports is back. They are back and they are ready to play. I think switching out their player for that sub has really been working out for them. This APHELION Esports not looking like week 1 APHELION, right? Week 1 APHELION was like slamming everybody and passing up the Knights, but this APHELION, they're looking good to make the top 5, and we might see them in the Americas. This was a huge game for them and a tragic game for KBL.
I'll definitely have to agree with that. I'm very curious how that's going to do, what that's going to do to the leaderboard in general and how it is going into the next 3 games. We're going to go take a look at some highlights, though, and then over to the desk.
APHELION Esports getting that chicken dinner, and that's a good point for on the side of Glitter. And of course, Nova has to sneak it in to third place. So we like to see here. Of course, we got to always mention Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Let's get some hype in the chat because, man, we are now officially in the midway point of the last day here of the finals, Glitter. As we take a look here at the match ranking.
Listen, this was a huge game for a bunch of different reasons, okay? And we'll be able to dive into all of them. But firstly, APHELION Esports coming out with a massive chicken dinner, 11 elims, and obviously the 15 placement points, 26 points. When we look at that overall, that's going to be making a heck of a difference. And speaking of making a difference, Nova coming through with the 12 elims themselves for 24 points. And as you can see, Knights nowhere to be seen on this first page of the match ranking, so that will do some damage to that gap as well. Dope stepping it up, 9 elims, and then everybody else on this first page kind of spreading it out a little bit. Star maintaining some nice points, keeping themselves in that top 5. MEZEXIS is still looking to chip away at the squads above them. I mean, we've even seen the Chosen starting to make this more aggressive push here, 7. Everybody is trying to do whatever they can, because even if they can't make it in the top 5, you know they want some more money.
Yeah, all of these teams want that extra money, and they want us to make sure they're really, really close to that top 5, or at least with the striking distance for the last match. Good. By the way, you mentioned this. Star Gaming, 9 points. Massive, massive for them to get those points, considering what APHELION Esports was just able to do. And then we go to the second page here. We got Knights with just 3 points. You mentioned it too, Glitter. Nobody's going to be able to close that gap. It might come down to the last game as well. Execute with a 0-point finish here. Oh, man.
KBL? KBL?
So I know so many of these teams, when you think they're making a turn for it, then the other ones that are actually chasing them end up stepping up. KBL, you mentioned it perfectly. Just 1 point there, Hot Jukes. I'm telling you, I think first place and second place is going to come down to the last match, and then top 5, 100% coming down to the last match.
Oh, I cannot agree anymore. Like, I would take that bet all day long because this is the way it always is. It always happens. And not to mention, 7, we have mentioned it 1,000 times. The importance of 1 point. 1 singular point. And I would not be surprised if it comes down to that at the end of this.
Yeah, look at how aggressive Nova was that round, with Ben being able to be in Pachinki and also making a push for just certain rotations here and there. They ended up with 2,300 damage, 12 eliminations. APHELION Esports, though, 2,200 damage, 11 eliminations for them, and Dope. I mean, this is just what's crazy to me, Glitter. Even Dope being able to put up a great performance there with 9 eliminations, 1,500 damage, Glitter.
I mean, you love to see it. And this is the halfway point now, right? So we've got a couple of these squads that had a decent performance, got some points on the board, but it's almost too little too late. It won't do a whole lot as far as their chances into top 5, etc. We're going to start whittling down who we focus on, and I'm excited to see what those teams can do, Jukes.
Well, after that last match, I know one team we have to focus on, right, is APHELION Esports. Pick, Glitter, because it's time to plick, plack, get ready to clap, because they did a great match at the end.
This is huge, too, because everyone is putting in work here, 7. I mean, over 700 damage. Okay, for Snowy, then you've got 4 elims, 5 knocks, a Trick at almost 700, Nate at almost 600, and this is huge because Nate was one of those people we saw at the beginning of the day who was in the running for that MVP, okay?
Yeah.
Adding to the totals of those elims, adding to the damage, and then even Zuko still getting 300 damage, 2 elims. I mean, this is what a strong, well-rounded team looks like.
It is. I'm just happy to see that. Okay, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you so, Hot Jukes. Living in the past.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you gotta live with the past for a little bit, but let's bring it to the present as we take a look here at the overall leaderboard, 7, to see how that just got mixed up. And oh my goodness.
Oh,
Hello, Execute.
Oh,
Hello,
APHELION.
APHELION.
Oh my God.
Third place.
Third
Seven.
place with that win. This is what we're saying. Any of these teams can make a push to the top 5. 189 point. By the way, we'll go back to Knights and Nova. Okay, just keep it in this right here. APHELION, 189, taking an 8-point lead over Star Gaming. That's what I was saying too. If Star Gaming would have gotten those 9 points, it would have been a lot worse for them. Execute now in 5th place. Korean Barbecue Lovers there in 167th place, and then you still have the Chosen with the striking distance, MEZEXIS with the striking distance, with what we just saw APHELION do here, Glitter.
This is insane, and we'll have to see if Nova keeps chipping away at that gap. They did shrink it back down, and then everybody down here slowly starting to creep away. WALLSTREETBETS still kind of close. Dope has been making a push. We'll have to see what they can do, but once we get to the bottom, Jukes, is kind of all she wrote.
Oh, yep, I think so too. I mean, unless you have to see a 15 elimination chicken dinner, like right now, from one of these squads to even stand a chance. And if we don't see that here in this next game, it's over. And they have to know that. They have to know that, Seven, and they got to try, right?
Oh, 100%. And I mean, but they still have to worry about Knights and Nova, because once they realize they're that close now, they're going to have to turn it up.
Oh, turn up indeed. Well, time to turn it up and get some heat as we go into Miramar. Let's take it on over to Zute and Span Cargo. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jigs. We are heading straight into match number 4. No time to waste.
Oh, yeah.
You just saw it, ladies and gentlemen. The overall leaderboards just changed up in an instant by APHELION. Now it's Execute all of a sudden on the chopping block. I mentioned it last game when I saw them go out for the 3rd time today without too many points. I'm like, this is not good for Execute. They could lose that top 5, and KBL, well, they're out of the top 5, and they're going to have to punch Execute out now, where Execute needs to gain some points. And all the meanwhile, Star Gaming, in similar fashion, is dropping lower and lower and lower. Today, we started off with Star Gaming looking pretty secure, not like guaranteed by any means, but with a couple of bad games from Star Gaming, they're also slipping really far down.
Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, guys, you got your 3 games of whatever you wanted to call that, but these last 3, we got to start seeing them come back for sure. This is the last 3 matches left, Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel, and if they want to be in the top 5, if they want to go to Americas, they got to start getting some more points, because even though they're inside of the top 5 right now, it's not guaranteed. And that last match was just a perfect example of that. So I'm excited to actually be back on Miramar, already starting off with such a good game 1 for today. And it looks like our zone still a little bit over more towards the west than I would like, but still starting around that Picado area. So it's looking a little similar to that last one, but still is going to go for an interesting game just from the terrain down here.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more south, I'd say, keeping a lot of the high ground a little bit more in play. Though we did see in game number 1, it was a very tame circle 1, except the way the circle shifted changed up the game entirely in a way where none of the teams could really be prepped for, right? Most of the times, I'd say teams work off of the circle shifts, like from their position, right? You'll get like maybe half the teams from circle 3 to circle 4 with some type of plan into the next one, because they have sight lines, they have setups. But the first Miramar game we had, it had none of that. It just hard shifted to the east so hard that like 80% of the teams lost all info on the next zone, and they kind of had to just full send it in a sense. This game, the same thing could happen if the zones shift very difficultly. The first circle, not too difficult, but it all depends on if there's a hard shift in play.
Yep, I agree with that. And it's so difficult, the hardships that we've been seeing. Even this last match had a pretty difficult one. And I guess I kind of like them. Okay, as a player, I hate them. But as a spectator, I like them. Because it's interesting to see, right? How people go about that. Just something that they couldn't really like expect to prepare for if it hardships in the complete opposite direction that you are. Like, what are they going to do about it now? Like, what are they going to focus on? Are they going to focus on eliminations? Are they going to try making big rotation on the edge? Are they just going to go straight on in? Like, it's always interesting to see what these players kind of decide through that. But
I'm most curious to see how KBL is going to play now, right?
Yeah.
Because Game 1, Miramar, they tried to do the rotations, got like 1 point. Game 2, they switched it up, went for a lot of eliminations, and I think they were feeling confident. And then Game 3, the one we just played, that one must have hurt a lot,
Yeah.
just like mentally. Like, is that going to shake their confidence? And now in this Miramar game with a similar circle, they're going to feel worried to do what they did on Sandhawk, which is be more aggressive? Or like, it's a lot of question marks with KBL. This is a team that has all the potential to make top 5 from the very beginning of the league, just through their player caliber alone. Now they're kind of on the cusp of potentially making it or being eliminated from the rest of the season.
I agree with that. So sometimes we see them shine, sometimes we see them not shine so much. So just kind of which KBL are we going to see today, or in these last 3 matches, I'll say. Kind of the same thing for a couple other teams as well, but I'm interested in what's happening now with these rotations, right? Like it's past that looting phase inside of this match. People are starting to make their move on. Nova finally leaving Minas Generales, going over to where they wanted. Koi has actually been in the place I believe that they're rotating in for a while now, and oh no! I don't think Knights Esports was ready for that whatsoever.
No.
Knights this time all didn't decide to just stay inside Bacado. They decided to kind of stretch out. And because of that, they at least already got 1 elimination for themselves. And they're actually continuing to push out of here. I think they're thinking about something going somewhere else potentially.
I think the Knights realized with the circle being so center, once again, they want to start clearing up a little bit of space. Because they always stay in Picado. All 4 usually drop in Picado too, because there's a lot of loot in Picado. But one thing I noticed is off drop, the Knights split up a little bit off drop. So I think Coop's managing to find that pick was not luck by any means. That was something that they kind of had set in motion and planned for. Yeah, off the beginning of this game. And it might just seem like 1 point, but that's 1 point and pushing 19 Esports away and giving them way more room to work with in center zone. The hit list just... both players 2v2'd, driving up next to each other, and another 2 coming in for HQA to try and help out. They're pulled up on the low ground though. That's not going to be good for HQA, and they are out of here. So same circle, or very similar circle to the first game of Miramar, but completely different pace of action.
Already, yeah, for sure. That's a bit of a noof for HQA in that situation as well. The hit list, though, I believe the first Miramar game, wasn't it, that they ended up going out pretty early. So they're probably happy about this one. The hit list and HQA, I think, kind of fighting around that area that they just took that fight in. So this time, it's the hit list's win instead of HQA's. So they won the last Miramar for their team, but now they have to continue to figure out where they're going to go inside the zone, right? They're super far up to the northern side. Are they going to prepare to stay up there, or are they going to look for something more? And here's that split that we're talking about. Xenox even far away from Bacado, closer to this other compound that's completely clear. Doing this gives them space, as you said. It also gives them more possibilities, right? Like if the zone shifts hard in a certain direction, maybe their split, I mean, isn't huge, but it's still a big enough split where they can decide what compound that they want to stay in and what'll be the best for them.
It's huge for Knights, though, because we don't see Knights play split too often. If they are split, it's like they're in sight lines of each other like pretty easily. This split is a little bit more ambitious than what I'm used to seeing out in the Knights. It's a pretty safe split though. But the Knights playstyle, I feel like they just like rather stick closer together and take teams down if they do come under fire as a group really quickly. So this game, maybe it's a circle that's got them a little bit more split up to play the options a little bit more. And I don't think anyone's really going to take advantage of that because, like, once again, it's not an insane split. It's just bigger than what I'm accustomed with when I look at the Knights.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, but for sure, and they're allowed to do that right now, definitely. It's really these next couple shifts, like maybe even 2, I feel like that's when I'd start worrying about them being this split, because obviously people are going to want to start taking those compounds, and if there's only one person there, like, it's going to be easy peasy, so. But in the first circle, like, they have the total authority to do it, and I honestly wish that more teams did it. Like, I think it does depend on the situation, but a lot of teams still kind of stay closer together, I think, like on Circle 1 than what than what they could get away with, I guess I'll put it that way. But if they're going for the safe, why not just go for the safe kind of play to stay all together? You're the strongest winner all together, especially when some unknown things happen, especially on finals day. But it's nice to see them do that. And the next zone is going to be closing soon, so we'll see if the knowledge that they've been gathering from this split is going to be well worth it, and if these other players were able to find themselves some good spots to play out of. The zone does go south, so honestly, Xenox grabbing that compound as far down to the south, or even Coops actually. Look at him, he's driving even
he's
further
already
south.
rotating.
Yeah, that's going to be big for them. They don't want to be in Picado anymore.
Let's just hope they don't get or one of them gets taken out on rotation, right? We see that happen all the time with Nova. When they're split and they're grouping back up together, some mishaps may happen on the rotation. But as for everyone else, they got a ways to go. The center of the map, pretty much intraversable. So a lot of teams have to rotate around the sides of the current team to loop into that southern side. I do feel like with the way the action has been ramping up in the first 3 games, might see more fights than we're accustomed to seeing on this rotation.
Ooh. I mean, that I would like to see that, honestly. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, taking a look, like, all the teams are on the top half of the circle. There's nobody on the bottom half. So you know that there's going to be a little bit of a struggle on this rotation for some teams. Like, the teams that are on that, like, middle line aren't going to move. So all those teams that want a better spot, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And since there's some places where teams are able to kind of participate in multiple fights, like, that's also going to be interesting too. And since we saw some teams purposely be more aggressive last match, I think this match could just continue that. The HITLIST finding themselves in yet another fight. They already had a successful one, and Jack G starting off this one with a knock. This could be big for them. They could start making this push on over. They are actually getting shot in the back too, though, because if you see, one of the members of the Chosen got a nice behind angle, but them just going a little bit further over to the left side for themselves will get them the cover that they need. Arsh, though, still putting up a fight, will be able to get a knock onto 2 of these players. The HITLIST now just down to 2 left, both of them below half HP. This is a little bit more scary. He goes for the flush, but unfortunately that is what takes him down. That little distraction is not good, and the HITLIST, though, still needing to back up, though, because they're getting shot from more than just one spot now.
Yeah, I think that might be the Knights from way downtown just popping off some shots, and that is not good for TC. Godfan, you called that off angle, it was great, but he had to go so far away that the HITLIST just ignored him and hard pushed the rest of the Chosen, and it did not work out too great for the Chosen. It got really close to working out. If I think Agagia, if he didn't get distracted by confirming that point, he might have got another knock, making it a 2v1. So it's not over yet, though, because Godfan might be able to pick up Supig. I don't think Godja's going to get picked up. Yeah, he can't crawl any further. Flash is pushing up aggressively now, and they are getting the revive on Chat G too. So at the end of the day, TC is only going to confirm 1 point for sure, unless if they win this fight against the 3 members of the HITLIST.
Gotta go on ahead and heal up. Honestly, the HITLIST now moving a little bit slow. They probably know that they were too late to get here for at least one of the rests to happen, but I don't think they realized like how close they actually were. Like if they had continued to just full on push, like Supig wouldn't have been able to heal off of this. But they do make the push now. All of them are inside the building. Unfortunately, Godfin goes a little bit too far. Gets shot in the back. Doesn't realize where Sherry exactly is. And Supig now coming downstairs to try and support his teammate, get those trades. But there's still 2 left. So the Chosen will be eliminated. Jatji will get rezzed again. And the 3 of them will be able to continue. And the zone goes to them.
The zone goes very, very north. That split that the Knights was doing, you see Xenox potentially getting caught out here. He's quickly leaving back. Good thing APHELION didn't push in. But yeah, now the Knights really need to be a little bit more grouped. They still got Spec inside Picado. I think Spec is literally just in that giant 5-story getting as much information as possible for the rest of the Knights team. So they're going to do somewhat of a 3-1 split. This area of the zone, haven't seen an area in here in a while. Teams are very familiar with it. And it's one of the most exciting endings because you have a lot of these dips, compounds right next by, and it's just like a lot of different markers, or not markers, a lot of different areas and pockets that could set team up to push into the rest of the circle no matter where it shifts. So there's a lot of plays to be made now with this zone.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for even like just foot pushes, right? Like right when you get a
Yeah.
knock on something, you can just go ahead and just foot push it. And that's what makes it interesting here, because usually on Miramar, when you think of foot pushing, I don't think it's I guess it definitely depends where. Like, there's definitely a good amount of locations with those dips and ridges that allow for that, but this is one of them, I guess I'm trying to say. So that's what makes this area interesting, as you said. The Knights are actually still going for a big split. They're going back to a 2-2. Two of them inside the little bowl in the very center of this map. A little bit scary to be there, but safe for now. And the other two on the very edge of Picado, all of WALLSTREETBETS are in Picado as well. So if they decide to want that like just edge of the city, they're gonna have to fight against 4 people.
It's almost a nice plan for the circle to go back up north, because they just kept spec up here the
Yeah.
whole entire time. But either way, even if the circle went away, the Knights probably had some sort of plan in mind, in motion, that they would execute immediately. Speaking about execute, where is execute? They are in the far southeastern edge of the zone, not in a great position whatsoever. KBL on the northwestern edge of the zone in a much better position, because they could have easy access ways and rotation and like pushes that could do the plays. Execute on the other side, a little bit in a more difficult spot, as we have MEZEXIS taking some shots at Ace of Spades, rotating by on the southeastern edge. Still a lot of teams trying to find their way into the zone and figuring out where they want to play.
Ooh, a member of Ace of Spades almost getting taken out here. They, again, are actually going for a big rotation around the big edge of this previous zone, taking some blue damage. As you can see, MEZEXIS, they almost kind of got the best of at least a couple of them there just from where they were standing, but they're just going to have to rotate in behind them, which is not an ideal situation. The zone will
Oh.
continue to move. I did not
Don't
expect
tell
this.
me.
I really thought that it wasn't going to be a Picado. Like, seriously, 2 zones ago, Picado was the far north side, and now these next two pulled up to Picado. That's crazy.
You realize we just had a Pachinki circle too?
Yeah, Pachinki then Picado. Yeah, that's actually crazy. Just the center,
What
just the center
are the
cities.
chances? Well, I mean, I hope it shifts to the east on the next one, making it a Picado ending. But man, I wonder what the player comms are like. I want to hear collectively all 64 players when they see that zone shift,
Just a
just like
sigh.
the moans and groans, like the "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
You know, because we literally just had a Pachinki circle. For it to go right into Picado, I mean, as spectators, yes, please, we're down for it. Now, with this circle, I don't know what's going to happen. KBL
Well-
needs points. Execute needs points. Star Gaming, are they in the zone? Back to back loses one player. Star Gaming, trying to take a look. They are in the zone on the southeast, the hot pink color on the top right of the mini map.
I don't know. I'm looking at this and my head's empty. I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, it really just comes down to, with these players inside of these buildings, how aggressive they want to be and how much do they want to peek, right? I really feel like it's those two, because if they want to be aggressive, they can start making big pushes onto people and seeing how that's going to work. But also, if they peek too much, if they just do something, like they could be taken out inside of their own buildings, right? So it's just how people personally play inside of cities. Okay, APHELION and Fate, specifically for Execute, finding themselves at this very southern compound. It's not even inside zone, you can see. But they decided to stop on it, I guess. Maybe to kind of get their bearings, see what's happening inside the zone. But Fate is here, and now they have to get rid of him before they're hoping to go forward. The rest of Execute nowhere really close to kind of help him out, and I think that's why he's trying to leave. Let's see if Nate's going to be able to take him out, though. But the fence and then the rock kind of provided him perfect cover.
Yeah, that was a good escape by Fate. They had the setup to help out Fate, but Sixes got knocked by Nova, and then Jason got third party by the Panthers, pushing right behind the Execute team. So a lot of teams on the south made it extremely difficult for Execute to do anything there. And now they're only down to 2 players. The Panthers still need to push into the zone and might actually take out Execute on the high ground, as you can see there. The Nova team on the southern edge with 4 players still up. So if they have to push into Picado on the next shift, they do it as a 4-man team at least.
That's true. We just got to see if they're going to grab themselves a spot that's going to be worthwhile to them, right? Worthwhile to a whole 4-man team without just them starting to get picked off slowly, like a little bit too out in the open. So keep an eye on that. They did use this bull for now. They got the information that they needed. They're starting to move forward. There is a little bit of a bull just to the northern side, but if they want to keep going, they could potentially crash into that little motel that some of the members of Star Gaming are playing at. It does look like that's what they're deciding to do. This next zone is about to close, so, you know, they wanted to try and do something big. It might as well be now. Moso isn't going to make it, though, so 3 of them will be there to take that fight, and that choice was worth it. Yeah, you were hoping for this, and I'm glad to see it. This is going to be an exciting ending.
This is Picado as Picado can be. I don't think you could draw a more perfect circle. That is like the perfect circle size to have Picado. You see Execute full sending it into the casino now. We have 2 other players to start gaming here, though, to meet them. Telly's shot down to 1 HP. Fate is actually going to try and run into not one of the less desirable buildings, which is smart. Has a lower chance for it to be taken. And Telly's still alive, but I don't know how much longer he could last. And the gunshots are just raining out right now. APHELION having to full send into 19E. We still got KBL in the north that needs to full send in. Dope Gaming also needs to full send in. And the HITLIST need to full send this as well.
Oh wow! And where are they going to decide to go? You know, I kind of believe in if you're going to go for a crash, like go for the best spot, right? Because if you're going to crash for the bad spot, then it might not be worth it. But also, they probably have some sort of an idea of who's inside of these certain places, and they have to take that into account as well. Look, like that person was barely outside, and he immediately got knocked. So like, there's so many eyes everywhere right now.
It is a battlefield. Shots raining out everywhere. Teams are going out. Players are going out. MEZEXIS is eliminated. And in the midst of all this chaos, WALLSTREETBETS with 4 points. The Knights with 4. The Knights actually got pushed on by Dope. And the Knights, Tensa is down. Coop's down to 1 HP. And he gets knocked as well. And is the Knights just down to Xenox? Where's Spec at? Is Spec already finished? Spec might have already be finished. This is Dope Gaming with the full send, getting the better, I would have to say, of the Knights. That is quite surprising, but hey, Dope Gaming day 1 had the most eliminations, more than the Knights. So maybe they flip that switch into the aggressive mode again, and the Knights will reset only back up to 2.
Yeah, at least they're getting that res back up to 2 here. And you saw down there the desk started making their guesses on who's going to finish in the top 3. And Jukes actually chose Knights. So 2 of them still up. I mean, there's still a possibility something's going to happen. Glitter chose WALLSTREETBETS. They have such a strong position inside of that big, what do you want, arena up to the northern side. That's going to be huge for them. You can even see one of them actually taking the apartments down to the southern side. Like, that's a pretty OP spot. And of course, 7 going with Ace of Spades.
Yeah. Honestly, any of those picks can be top 3. We have no idea. KBL pushing into back-to-back. Back-to-back lost 1 member rotating here, so that's going to help them out a lot. And the circle shifts south into the southern side of Pachinki. And I think it cut down past the road too. So that northern side, they're going to have to cross open in the road to get into the next circle too. So that's going to immediately take out a lot of players. The Nate's going back and forth between back-to-back and KBL. Polo with a really smart heads-up play, setting up on an off angle to pressure these players in. And KBL, after getting 1 person knocked by a nade, back-to-back is on the aggression. And another player goes down. I think it was Polo on that off angle that gets the second opening. KBL, 2v3 situation. Their backs up against the wall. They need every single point they can get, as they only had 1 point last game, and they finish off back-to-back. But they picked up only 2 points so far, and I don't think they can make it much further with that circle shift down to the south.
Yeah, no, that hurt. Like, WALLSTREETBETS as well are not happy with this shift. They're still staying in their spot. So KBL, like, where are they supposed to go? Like, straight to WALLSTREETBETS are figuring it out? Or if they just go straight south, there's already 2 teams fighting below them, as you can see here, APHELION and the HITLIST. So there's just no safest way, I guess, to make this next push, but that's kind of the given when it comes to the city. And no way, I don't think he even realized that he was just able to be spotted over that fence there. So no matter what Trick was going to do with that nade, like they just spotted him out. The rest of APHELION, as you can see, are trying to prevent that cover. Okay, that nade going to be helping out a lot, getting that knock on the flash here as the res comes through. And I don't think that that gives the time for the last member of the hit list to do anything about that revival that's happening, or the team that's now kind of still in front of them, basically.
Great support out of APHELION. They had the sightlines set up in those little 2 stories. So even though I think it was Zuko maybe, or whoever had the nade went down, they were ready to back him up. KBL did get taken out. Execute still in the center of the zone. So Execute was 5th, KBL was 6th. So it looks like Execute's going to pad their top 5 just a little bit. I don't know how much they could do with 2 players, though, as the hit list, same for them, pushing in as a 2-man. They get an opening onto Zuko, and another one, making this down to a 2v2. This could go terribly wrong for APHELION. They get a trade, down to 2v1. JatG, no trade back. And they get a revive up to 3. I don't think JatG could pull this off. Even if he gets another opening here, it's going to be an uphill mountain to climb.
Yeah, it is. He's slowly trying to make his way on now, though, because the blue zone is on him. And it's not even the team that he was originally fighting that takes him out. It is the team inside of that 5 story. So APHELION, I mean, they got a good amount of points from that. Not all of them, and they're just inside of this zone, but not anymore. The zone decided to pull back to the southeastern side again. So many people are having to chase this zone in this situation. And actually looking at this, the Panthers, the team that hasn't been inside of Pachinki, they're just chilling on the motel on the edge, like they're very happy now. The zone, they're still in it.
Wow, Flash shows violence here. He knocked Nate with a nade, and I thought his follow-up was going to be on to where Nate was to get the confirmation, but instead, he throws it through the doorway to get a second one, and I think his teammate ended up cleaning out Nate. So now, APHELION Esports is down to 3, and they have to push over here into Dope, and Dope has, nasty. Zuko goes down to WALLSTREETBETS, actually, and then Dope knocks another one. The Trick just crossed the road at a time when maybe in that split second, Dope was not looking. He didn't even have Trick pulled a trick. There weren't even smokes down. He just hopped across the road. So I mean, he crossed. I don't think he's in zone yet, though. So yeah, Trick gets taken out by Dope. Now we're down to 6 teams.
He was like, now you see me, now you don't. Snuck across. If I don't see them, they don't see me, kind of a situation. But I'm not surprised to see this big fight happening at the casino. This is one of the other big buildings that's happening closest to this next zone shift. So seeing that kind of fight up there on the northern side with the WALLSTREETBETS, unfortunately having to push out of their such good spot of the arena now straight into Start Gaming. It's obviously a difficult one, but it's one that they have to do if they're hoping to get inside this next one. Honestly, anything south of the casino, though, it's very hard to play, right? It's just these couple of buildings.
Yeah, Star Gaming still has 4, by the way. So this is going to be a huge game for them to make up for the lost points in the first 3 matches. Knights down to 1, and I think Dope knows this. Dope was the one that took out the 3 members of the Knights, so they know Knights only have 1 player up. Execute just down to Telly Star Gaming, pushing out of the casino. Brian is down, while Yuya is going to provide Overwatch on the top. They'll get the revive onto their 4th player, and the next circle popped up. Teams have 40 seconds to gather their players up, get their revives, and plan the next push, and the next push is more south. So everything in this casino area that Star Gaming has is no longer in zone, and the Panthers, they have their eyes set on Star Gaming and anyone that's going to have to move into the open.
Yeah, the Panthers, I think they're eyeing up that fence. Yeah, there you go. Chico instantly crossing, going over to that fence there on the other side. Fear is playing the fence by them. Honestly, them, being on the opposite side from where the majority of the fighting is happening, again, isn't that bad of a thing because they can just kind of wait for the pressure for the fighting to be happening on the other side of the circle while they can kind of just really wait for it to come to them. And that's what they're doing. I like that they're going into these little fences, though, to try and control it at least somewhat, right?
Beautiful
but Chico,
nade.
Chico get cut out by a huge nade from Hayuya. Up on top of this, actually, him being up on top of Casino, he could make big things happen before he has to get shoved off.
He's doing as much as he can before the blue zone shoves him out. And it looks like the blue zone is coming, but actually Execute Fate maybe gets 2 of the players.
Oh.
And now it is just, I mean, complete chaos. Execute is taken out. Now we're just down to 2 teams, the Panthers and Dope Star Gaming. In a blink of an eye, all 4 players gone. We're down to a 2v2. Dope might get a revive onto a third. And I think they will be able to because the Panthers kind of slow things down to kind of collect everything that just happened. Actually, Frady's pushing a little bit aggressive, and he exposed himself. They know he's in that smoke.
There's just too many things to kind of pay attention to, too many angles that people could be looking at you from, and that's why so many people can go out in a blink of an eye inside of a city. This little fence area that Dope has, though, is so good, and that they can kind of provide this.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, but that's not good when that happens.
No.
Dope still goes and takes the window. The Panthers tried pushing across the street and grabbing that, but Dope just being able to play on the defensive gets such a good dinner with 14 eliminations.
Sheesh. 14 eliminations. That is 29 points for that game. I think this puts them into a maybe for the top 5, right? Because, I mean, that's like almost 30 points. But, I mean, Dope on day 1 was insane. Maybe if they could be insane in game 5 and 6, they can make it in the top 5. But we'll see as we go to the highlights, and we'll be right back with the desk.
Bam! Welcome back right there. What a finish. I love to see some good old Pecado wins, dude. Sin City. What more can we ask for? What more can we ask for, so?
Some more of those dope nades because they were absolutely filthy. I mean, you were pointing it out, Glitter. You're the one that was like, "Hey, start looking at what Dope is currently doing."
They didn't miss. It just every single nade hit, and they were lethal. It was one of the reasons they were able to zone everybody away from them so successfully in their building, Jukes.
Yeah, and you know what? I talked to the Knights, and I was like, yo, how could you guys let the Dope Esports take away that 5-stack from you? And they said there's just so much commotion, the hecticness of Picalo. Couldn't hear the audios, couldn't hear the cars, couldn't hear them coming. Let's go ahead and take a look here at the match ranking 7. Don't you wish that you could hear cars in that kind of action?
I mean, when everything is
doesn't.
going on, listen, I'm not listening to anything. Sometimes I don't even listen to our producer, and I'm supposed to. Dope Esports putting up 29 points, baby. They're looking pretty good. And to answer what Sute was saying, yeah, that's going to put him in a nice spot to actually make a push here in the final 2 matches. Star Gaming continue to perform really well. That's going to be able to at least give him some cushion there. And the Panthers, all of a sudden, they decide they want to show up here in the final matches. 16 points for them. That's good to see. Execute as well, 12 points. Knights with the 11 points. WALLSTREETBETS with the 10 points. Glitter. Everybody and their mom right now is starting to step it up.
Yeah, I mean, even the HITLIST with 10 elims. Talk about aggressive. This and WALLSTREETBETS, I honestly thought had it for a long time. Star Gaming is the one that ended up taking them out, completely clearing them out of the building. And as we take a look at the second page, one of the things I do want to pay attention to is Nova and Korean barbecue lovers. So Knights ended up with 11 points, and APHELION is also not up on this first page, which means they are 2 on the second page with everybody else. So we'll take a look at the actual overall standings, but there's going to be some mental math happening. Only 3 on APHELION, only 3 on Korean barbecues lovers, and only 1 on Nova, which means Knights are going to continue increasing that lead a little bit, and then once you get to 5th place, it's going to be all over the place. MEZEXIS was up there, but they got a goose egg this time around. I think the Chosen tried to get their way up there.
I'm with you.
Are you?
I'm with you, Jukes. I'm with you.
Yeah, you're saluting them. Okay, they're done.
Back
You
to
think
back.
they're done?
Back to back. It's been a pleasure.
Oh, bro, they've been done for a minute. Okay.
It has
They've been done since phase 1.
Absolute pressure. You know what? I had to have some hope. I had to have some hope. But you know what? It's over. It is over. As we take a look here at the top damage here, Glitter. Man, they had to do it right there. They had to get that chicken dinner with those big numbers if they wanted a chance to make it in the top 5. But you know what?
Jesus.
Dope woke up. Look at that conversion rate. Look at it.
There's a lot happening on here. Actually, first of all, if you had asked me who was going to have the top damage, would I have said Panthers in a million years? Absolutely not. No. Over 1,800 damage and only 4 elims to show for it. 1, that's got to sting. 2, where was this the past 2 days? And why is it just kicking in now? Then you've got WALLSTREETBETS also over 1,800 damage with the 6 elims. HITLIST being the 3rd squad up here because of those 10 elims. But like you're saying, the almost immaculate conversion on the 14 elims for Dope 7. This is a beautiful top damage chart right now.
It is. They used that building to their advantage. They were making sure nobody came close to them too. At one point, Knights was close to them. They rained down on them. And then they also rained down on some Knights on APHELION Esports too. APHELION Esports, by the way, 1,200 damage with the 2 elims. I'm pretty sure they're going to be wishing that they at least had a little bit more eliminations to their name. Hot Chicks.
Oh, man, you know that they did. I mean, this is where it all comes down to. These last couple games, when you leave yourself so behind, so many teams are just desperate. You cannot expect it to be like the regular tournament. So many shenanigans happen at the end, and I think it's time to see just how much those shenanigans came into play as we take a look here, Glitter, at the overall leaderboards. How far did Dope push themselves up into that one? 6th place! Are you kidding me?
7.
From
There's
Glitter.
no way. Oh my, okay. They're above Korean barbecue lovers, above WALLSTREETBETS, and they're actually within a very reasonable striking distance to Execute, especially because Execute hasn't had a very good day today, 7.
Yeah. By the way, WALLSTREETBETS, I think that's it for them. Unless next game they win, and they win with 30+ points, and they better hope that Execute, Dope Esports, and Korean barbecue lovers don't have a great match. Now, when we're talking about Korean barbecue lovers, 170, I think they can still make it. Dope Esports put themselves in an amazing place right now. It comes down, honestly, to Star Gaming, APHELION Esports, and Execute.
Dang.
How are you gonna finish off these 2 matches in the next couple of games? Are you gonna be playing aggressive? Are you gonna be playing defensive? What kind of style are you gonna be showing us here? I am so excited to see what this next match is gonna be showing us, because Sandhawk, we know it's absolute madness. You see that first place right there, Knights? You know they're gonna be looking to get more points. You know they're gonna be looking to just fully secure it here at the end.
Well, you know they're gonna have to turn it up. They have to get warmed up and get hot because we're going to the jungle, baby, for the last time in this tournament. Let's take it over to our casters. Sandhawk, baby. Yeah.
Dope, all the way up to 6. Are you? I thought.
From 10th?
I thought. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Wow.
I mean, okay, like it's still anybody's game. We got 2 more games, Sandhawk, and then 1 more, and I'm just gonna throw it out there real quick. We had Pachinki ending. We had Picado ending.
Boot camp?
Yeah, boot camp. Maybe.
I would love that.
We haven't seen one yet. All right.
I feel like they don't happen
so-
often though.
No, they don't happen. Oh, whoa, Casper from Dope.
Wow. Okay.
37. Yeah, I mean, I know Dope crushed it that last game, but Casper crushed it even harder. Casper just shot his way up to the most amount of eliminations for the finals so far. And Dope Gaming, I mean, they shot themselves up the leaderboard too, potentially going to be able to make it in the top 5. But I think what Seven said is right. It kind of comes down to Star Gaming, Execute, and the name's slipping my head. Star Gaming, Execute, and how many on here span? Who else is in the top 5?
APHELION.
APHELION, right. It kind of comes down to those 3 teams and how well they do. Because from 5th to 6th, there is a little bit of a gap. So it requires for one of them out of those 3 to do bad and another team to do good for them to lose their spot. So as long as they do okay, they should be able to keep it. And if the teams trying to break into the top 5 don't have another explosive game, and we are finally getting a very Eastern Circle.
Oh, I'm
No
actually
boot camp.
excited. Yeah, no boot camp, which makes me sad. But I am excited that it's this far east, right? Because I feel like it's just been going to the west a little bit too much over here. That's what everybody's expecting. So finally, we're seeing what's going to happen over here. And actually, there's a little bit of a hot drop going on. PARADISE is a little popular right now. MEZEXIS and another team, 2 teams. here?
APHELION.
Yeah, APHELION. I guess. They want to be aggressive in the last 2 games. You can even see in the elimination feed, actually, Nova getting some eliminations down by Camp Charlie. They're taking out the Ace of Spades.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this, and this is not Nova spreading out really hard and happening to run into Ace of Spades. Nova is literally dropping into Ace of Spades territory. So I think Nova wants to get first place. They know they made top 5 for sure. They need every point they can to break first place. So I think Nova's on a mission from this game onwards. Meanwhile, APHELION, they're okay, comfortably in the top 5, but this is not how you want to start a match. You know, losing a player early to MEZEXIS.
Yeah, I think, and now they're backing up out of this. They're actually kind of split. One was being chased by MEZEXIS. The other 2 are far down to the southern side of this. I mean, they should be able to meet back up, but just an interesting, I guess, kind of skirmish there. I mean, obviously there's a specific team that always goes to PARADISE, so another team deciding to go there, like, obviously they were hoping for some sort of big aggressive play to happen, and that didn't happen for either of those teams there.
And you see Nova's, they're not done yet. I think Kindness' position should be known to Ace, right? Because he has the 1 elimination on him. So they should know he's like in this area. They might not know he's in that tricky position right there. So what I'm seeing now is they have 3 players of Nova set up on Ace of Spades. And I think they have Koi picking up all the medkits. Koi's in a vehicle driving around making pit stops to collect first aid kits. I think. No, Koi is actually driving all the way over to meet up with the rest of the Nova team. So I think they want to take out Ace of Spades, pick up 4 points, pick up their meds, and then go back into the blue zone and loot. I'm not sure what Nova's plan is, but it's definitely more aggressive than usual.
Yeah, I agree with that, of course. And Ace of Spades not backing off, though. I mean, that's just going to give them, I think, give them, being Nova, the ability to do exactly that. Like, Ace of Spades leaves, any sort of pressure position that they had onto even one member of Nova, being Kindness, is gone now. So they can kind of all get inside that vehicle and just find them, because they can't get away. I mean, Yi is holding that bridge up to the northern side of Camp Charlie, so wherever Ace of Spades is trying to get to, like, Nova's gonna have that information, right? So we just have to wait for that to finally happen. Towards the center of the zone, though, like, the Knights are all in vehicles, drove out of boot camp, and now they're right beside Camp Rova. They just drove across half of this circle to get to their spot that they chose.
Yeah, so we haven't seen an Eastern Circle like this, but Knights came prepared. We haven't seen them do this before, but that's because we haven't seen this, and they executed that first rotation beautifully, not losing a single player. And you saw them as they were driving by, they took the routes that were low ground enough where the trees, you know, kind of cover the sightlines. They drove right between APHELION and the Panthers with no problem. So really good rotation by the Knights. We'll see where the circle ends up going, though, as the Panthers looking to finish off APHELION. APHELION's already down to 3 after they lost Paradise.
They're clearly eyeing this up for a while. They tried taking some first couple shots there, but none of them really hit. Oh, okay, one of them going super low, but the DBS is no match. No, it's just turning on Freddy after running out that door, instantly getting the down and flush. Nate trying to see if he can get some information from that side, and oh, it would be so great if he could get up on top of that roof. There we go, to see where the last one is, and he got that information. They know that they're behind that last little building right there, and guess who's joining the fight there, Zute? We can see in the distance. Yeah, we got Xenox. Xenox started sniffing on over here, and Spec, actually. For a second I thought there was only one, but 2 of them peeking out here to see what they can pick up. One so far, and APHELION, they're just running. Oh, not even ready for the first fight that they were there for. Panthers and APHELION are so spread out now that they don't even know where each other are.
Yeah, APHELION's down to 1. The Panthers are down to 2 now. So it is ramping up. Players are going out. We might actually have a more quiet Sandhawk game for once, because we got so many teams fighting early on. But the Knights, great third-party action by them. APHELION Esports, they just got to make sure to not have a terrible game number 6, because they're in that top 5. They could afford one bad game, and fingers crossed that the team in 6th and 7th don't have a huge game. Right, so they have a little bit of a wiggle room, but they're definitely, you know, a bit nervous. As SnowX with the DBS gets baited by that door opening. The 2 members of the Knights should be able to finish him off, and there we go.
I think they're definitely hoping that the Knights wouldn't go and start checking these buildings because of the fighting, but of course they're going to go check. They want to go and try and make sure that they have everything covered. But back to another fight. It looks like dope, the hit list. Are we surprised to see this fight? I don't think I am. And they're trying to toss some nades. Actually, dope. They have such a strong position over the hit list right now, up on top of that huge ridge wall. Like, the hit list, they're just like... They just have to stay inside this bowl, basically. I don't even know if they can back out of here.
No, they definitely can't. Fishy's got all the sidelines along with Casper on the other end. And the Hillis are down to 2. Execute and TC fighting in the elimination phase. KBL getting involved too. These are all teams we got to keep an eye out for, because they all have the potential to be in that top 5. As Sure with a really nice lane peek getting a knock. He's got one more player to deal with, though. Can he get the second knock? Get some good damage in, but ends up peeking into the bullets. And that is THL, the hitless eliminated. Execute and TC here fighting on the outside of the circle, not covered and blue just yet, but they will soon be in. Execute look a little bit trapped down there with TC Opa here on the top, watching and monitoring this little building here.
They have shotguns. They're ready for any sort of push to happen, though, and I'm sure right when the blue zone's upon them, if anything, they can just start pushing on out, but we'll have to see. Looks like the Knights are not done with trying to find some fights to participate in. After that one, they decided to go a little bit further towards that western side, and they're now in a fight between 2 other teams. Maybe I'll even say 3, because there's a MEZEXIS team literally right above them on top of that hill. But as you can see, that that one poor teammate down to the southern side of Oh man, I can't even tell who's in there anymore. There we go, the Panthers. Like Fears, he has to stay in there for the for the longest time with his teammate up the hill, as back to back also is kind of just hiding inside their own little building.
Here we see the Knights making the push. I think Knights got a little bit too aggressive. They had that high hill to themselves, right? With 4 players alive, they could have just waited for the next zone and played the rest of Sandhawk out, but they were chasing for these eliminations, and I think they ran into one too many teams and they lost 2. Ooh, good nade by Fears. Tensa's down too, and he's gonna throw another one in for the confirmation, and that should get the confirmation. Now it's all down to Coops. The Knights giving a little bit of space for Nova to catch up and make it an interesting game number 6, I guess. You know, I think Nova was down around like 20-ish. So if Nova gets a good game here, and if the Knights go out now, it comes down. Like, I think 7 predicted it. First place is going to come down to the very last game, and for sure the top 5, as for who's going into Americas, is 100% coming down to the final game as well.
Well, as of right now, we know that the Knights have 2 eliminations underneath their belt, and Nova, I mean, they ended up getting 1 from Ace of Spades earlier. So if they're able to, you know, heel strat into second place, they still need to get, I think, a couple of more points to get even closer with that, or really fully take advantage of this. And you can see that they're still all the way down to the southern side here, haven't left their usual little island of that southwest side. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to achieve that. After they get all the meds, I'm sure that at least some of them will go into that zone as per usual. This next circle is about to reveal itself, though, and we can see actually a good amount of people kind of close to each other, even fighting happening up on the northern side. And I guess they'll have the time to take it, because once they take this fight, the new zone at least, isn't that far away for them to reach.
We have KBL in the circle making their move up. TC, by the way, is literally just sitting in the blue for who knows how long on top of the Execute team. You see some fighting finally happening, and I can't really tell who's getting the better end of things. I'm looking at it. Execute only has 1 up, and the Chosen have 2 up. So I think the Chosen are going to end up winning that one. Star Gaming, they did a little bit better, but they're not in the clear just yet. 4 players still up on the northern side of things, and with HQA right behind them in the blue zone, Star Gaming have to be very careful of their backs, and that is Execute eliminated. They had a good game last game, just like Star, but come down to 1 more game to see who's really making that top 5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to have kind of the Chosen back into the mix, because after they get that res into their 3rd player, they should be coming in on the far western side of this new circle. Yeah, and that's going to be like right beside MEZEXIS, who's been kind of not worrying about that direction for a while. So that introduction is going to be interesting to say the least. KBL, though, this is a fight that we were waiting for, basically. They were making the rotation right up the center, so they're going to run straight into 19 Esports, who have also been around this location. Whoa, okay, Baby Tang getting that knock there. He was popping out of anywhere. You can see the last one in there. He's pulling out his other gun, but it doesn't matter.
Baby Tang putting on some spice right there onto KBL. Korean barbecue lovers, they needed this game. I think with this game, not getting much points at all, just 1, I don't think they could do it with 1 more game left. That is huge. That's also huge for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because KBL is one of the teams looking to overtake one of them. And, oh man, Baby Tang just 1v3 them, maybe even 1v4, because he has 4 eliminations to himself right now.
Yeah, he might be right. That's okay. That's going to be huge. That's going to be really interesting to see what's going to be happening for KBL inside of the last match after this one. But we have to wait for this one to end before we get there, of course. 19 Esports, after getting those couple of eliminations, it's not going to be over for them just yet. As you can see, 24K is already kind of scoping it out, trying to spot them out here. And they're needing to make their rotation up to the northern side. So they're eventually going to make that push over there. But it looks like not with all of their members, as 19 Esports has still already spotted them out and already taken a lot of them down. And they're distracted by Ace behind them. Okay.
WALLSTREETBETS doing a really good job using the sight lines and staying well aware that they could be surrounded by everybody. He's going to back off, though, 24K, the sole player up there on top of the mountainside. The new circle is about to shift as well. Star Gaming still chilling on the north with 4. HQA still in the blue behind them. Got Nova coming in very slowly. They're not even out of the blue zone yet. And Coops still here chilling with the Panthers and back-to-back. MEZEXIS has backed off that mountaintop, and you can see them playing in the compound instead. Next circle coming out. There's a lot of players and teams that are already out, and Nova, they should be able to notice this. Oh, great circle shift for Nova, too. They could come in here with 4 up and potentially get a chicken dinner on Sandhawk, because that's a great position to be in. Nobody to your back. You have the high ground, and you also have 4 players up.
Yeah, the only people I'd worry about is actually the Chosen, and they have no idea where the Chosen is right now. You can see they left one person inside of boot camp, probably going to be healing a little bit, and the other 2 went up to the northern side. I'm sure that they're going to find their way into the zone eventually, but it still might be more on the northern side. They might be fine. It might be up near the MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS, I think, is another team that we have to consider inside of this. All 4 of them still up, and they have all of the compounds up to the northern side. Like, I think that they also have the ability, like, once the next zone closes, to make a really clean rotation further inside and really start fighting for that chicken dinner, basically. Everybody else, though, they've been in so many fights. They're kind of out in the open that they're all kind of picked apart, I guess. There's just down to like 2 people per team.
Yeah, the 4-man teams right now are dope, and they are located on the northern side. They're actually going to get into a 4v4 here with Star Gaming. Star Gaming also with 4. The other 4-man team, like we mentioned, is Nova. Although the teams are either 3-man or 2-man or a solo out of Coops. Star Gaming, they don't want to take that fight. They know it's kind of difficult with Dope Gaming up here with the sidelines, and Dope Gaming, they have absolutely turned it on since the last game when it came to those eliminations. I think Dope Gaming is the prime team right now looking to break into the top 5.
Oh boy. They're actually deciding to pull off. This is so interesting. Dope almost got in a big fight with Star Gaming. Star's starting to pull off. They're trying to find a different place to make their rotation on in, but that just means that they're going to be running into HQA and potentially MEZEXIS instead. So if you don't take one fight, another one is surely going to follow close by. It does look like another member of HQA did go out, though, so if they do run into them, hopefully it'll be a little bit of an easier time, but they're still kind of in the middle between these other big teams. It's kind of interesting to see the spacing of these teams as well. There's so many. It's like concentrated in those center compounds of teams that are just kind of stuck there now after getting in early fights, and then just a couple of teams just around these edges kind of just waiting for the next circle to get even smaller.
Oh man, Dope right now with a good high ground position on the northeast, still picking up more eliminations. They just knocked one of Star Gaming. I have a very confident feeling that Dope's gonna break into the top 5. Question is, who's dropping out of the top 5? We'll have to see very soon, and this next circle could determine a whole lot. If it goes up to the northeast, Dope have it in the bag. I'm not saying the guaranteed win, but they will have a tremendous amount of points. But the circle instead shifts down to the south, definitely favoring Nova a lot more. And we're going to go into game number 6 to see who's going to be the champions between Nova and the Knights for sure now.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's just short and simple. I mean, Knights, like, keeps still being live in the center, though, is not helping Nova's case right now, I'd say. He kind of needs to get rid of, basically, before Nova can really start gaining any sort of like big points from this to get even closer, because the longer he stays alive, obviously the more placement points he's going to be getting, and he might be taken out soon though, because as we can see here, even Start Gaming, they're starting to push in this direction. So is a lot of other teams. A good amount of them are starting to push on that northeastern side because there's just so many there. Even Dope Esports, like he pointed out, that had such a good spot, they need to push from that direction towards there.
Nova need to tighten things up a little bit, though, because there's a 4-man team of MEZEXIS making a very smart move to circle around and take the strongest position that they can get, which is Nova's. I don't think MEZEXIS is imagining a 4-man team here. I don't think they're ready for that, and Nova will pick up another point. MEZEXIS down to 3, and they've kind of just trapped themselves now with their backs up against the wall. They have a few rocks to work with, but it's not in zone, and the entirety of Nova have their sightlines all trained on MEZEXIS.
Yeah, look at them utilizing this little shack that they have inside of this zone, using the height that they gained from it up on top of the roof. Like, they just have a pretty good position for now as they get to wait for everybody else to kind of push on in. Take a look at the mini-map there. I mean, there's so many people up on this northeast western side, and another member of MEZEXIS is found out. I don't think they realize how close he here is. That's my only worry right there, but it doesn't matter. Koi is still able to jump off of that roof safely. Here almost actually gets the knock, though.
Looks like MEZEXIS will be out. Nova doesn't lose a single player. The Knights are eliminated by the Panthers. Dope, by the way, has hit up to 9 eliminations. We saw them with 5 earlier, and in this crazy circle, they have picked up 4 more just like that. The circle has shifted down further to the south. Nova will need to make that push, but there's only a 2-man team of Ace of Spades. They should be fine. Versa gets tagged up. Yi setting himself a little bit closer, potentially in nade distance to get an opening for the Nova team. But this is Nova's game for sure now.
Oh man, yep, they know it too. Like grabbing those vehicles, pushing forward, grabbing that spot, the space that they know that they have, it's going to be pretty big for them. Like a little bit of high ground and a lot of rocks as well. I mean, the only people that could potentially hurt them is a tiny bit is Ace of Spades or the team coming from the northern side, kind of splitting them like a here. But I mean, if they're able to kind of concentrate, put all of their attention in one direction at a time, they could be fine. See, exactly like that. They took care of MEZEXIS, and now Ace of Spades realizes that that was probably their opening. Now they still have to continue to stay on the southern side for a little bit longer, and actually they're running a little closer towards the road. I wonder if they're thinking about taking a different direction instead.
Dope is still alive. I don't know how that player is managing to run across from rock to rock wide in the open, and just as I say that, yeah, there you go. The Nova team will notice him. Flash needs to move at the speed of the Flash if he wants to get to the next hard cover. And he will go down right there. There's still so many teams alive just medding. I think back-to-back it was medding. Nigma goes down to the blue. TC is medding from somewhere. 19E is also medding. So who's really left to fight this? It's just Ace of Spades and Nova.
Yeah, I was just honestly realizing that watching a lot of these kind of solos or duos running around trying to get into the zone, and there's no getting in the zone in this. Like, all of this is super out in the open. It's just kind of like a hill downwards for all of Nova to see, and this is the result of that. They were able to see all of that. The only team that's going to be a pain in their side being Ace of Spades. They have the cover from Nova for now, but with this next zone shift, like, that's all gone. Like, you can see where Nova's kind of pushing too. Like, there's no way Ace of Spades is going to be making it into this next circle unless they just have insane gun stills to take out Nova slowly.
Oh,
dope though.
Casper with the steal. I love that. It was actually Ace that got the knock, and Casper shot at the perfect time to get the steal, putting himself up another point, and that is huge for Dope Gaming. It's not done yet. 2v3 situation now. Ace could potentially win this if they get another insane knock, and they do. They get it onto Yi on the high ground. Nemesis gets this first aid off. He is not able to. So back down to 1v2. Versa takes some shot, and he is eliminated. We're down to a heel strat between 19E and the Chosen now. To the Chosen with 4 more. He's got, I don't know how much more right there. He picks it up. Baby Tang coming in. The Chosen still have a shot, I think. I don't know. I don't want to do the math. Too many numbers to run by. That's a death shot. But Nova for sure is within striking distance of the championship title now. Did they pass up the Knights with this big chicken dinner? No idea. But it comes down to the last game. So this is going to be very, very exciting to watch. And I'm ready for it. I almost want this game to just wrap up now. Okay. TC, 3rd place, 19E 2nd, Nova 1st. Man, this is the closest finals I've ever seen in between 1st place and 2nd place, and then also for the top 5 qualifying positions.
It really is. It's really exciting. And what I think is funny now is like he dropped them all towards the end, but when we spectated Koi right after that last fight, he still had 25 first aid kits in his inventory. It's crazy. Like they were even prepared even if those fights didn't go well, but they did. And they got that chicken dinner. So that's 15 placement points and 8 eliminations. That's exactly what we were saying that they needed here.
Yeah, and I think the Knights are going to really kick themselves in the butt for what they did that last game. Like, they did very, very aggressive, like, unnecessarily. I know they felt like they could chase down a 4v2, which I guess, nothing wrong with that, but they ended up chasing into another team. And the Knights, they don't really get into sloppy fights that often. But we'll see what happens next. We're going to go to the highlights. I've got one more game coming, so don't go anywhere.
And the plot has thickened. Oh my goodness, here we go. Nova bust out the chicken dinner. The Knights go out early. You got Dope putting up some crazy numbers. What is happening here? This is why I love this game. Always comes down right to the wire. Let's take a look at the match rankings. Glitter.
First of all, we got to shout out Jukes for getting the most eliminations right, with Dope having yet another insane performance, which means they're going to be in an even more comfortable position. To be fair, 19 Esports has a decent game. Nova, though, with that chicken dinner, 23 points is going to be huge for closing that gap down, like you were just talking about, Jukes, between them and the Knights. And then looking down here, things got a little bit more spread out in the Elim department. The Chosen got some good points on the board, as did Ace of Spades. They have performed very well for themselves here today. Back-to-back getting some points, but it's not going to help. Same thing with Panthers at this point, and start getting a few just to solidify their spot if they can in that top 5. It's going to be so hotly contested going into this last match of the day 7, and the second page also has a few stories to tell.
100%. Dope Esports. Oh my goodness. Yes, please keep it going, okay? Do not stop. Keep it going. We believe in you guys. From possibly, I think they were at one point last place, right? Am I mistaken in that? They were in last place and now they're going to make it possibly into the top 5.
Dang.
Second page, though. Throw it up. Show me some of these teams that definitely cannot afford to throw in this final match. Knights, at one point, we were saying it's done. I mean, you guys do have this spot for PMGC pretty much secure. It's been confirmed from what we saw earlier in the day. But now, for the title of NA, it is going to be super, super close. It's going to come down to the last game. And then you also have APHELION Esports right there with just the 2 points. Korean barbecue lovers, I said it earlier. I think, especially with that performance, they are done. Execute, though, with that 1 point performance. Oh, my goodness. The top 5 just got anybody can.
I'm stressed.
Oh, it's so spicy. Oh my goodness. Not to mention, KBL, Korean barbecue lovers, not pulling out the game they needed here at the Sandhawk. That has got to hurt. Oh my goodness. It's going to come down to a single point. I know it for a fact. It has to.
Every time.
Every time. Why do they do this to us? I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's take a look here at the top damage. Here's 7 as we go. And man, only one final match coming up. And look, Dope clutching it at the perfect time. I don't Sandhawk too.
Can we just appreciate the conversion rate out of Dope? not just in this match that just happened, but in the previous match as well. I mean, the conversion rate, they are on point. They're only taking fights. They're only shooting if they can actually pretty much confirm that elimination. 13, pretty much 1,400 damage with 11 eliminations out of them. And then you go to Nova, finally responding tonight, saying, hey, we ain't gonna chicken out. All right, we're here to play as well. 1,300 damage with the 8 eliminations. And then we go down the list a little bit more. And I mean, a lot of these teams are just taking points from teams that really, really needed them, like Execute and a bunch of other ones, Glitter.
Okay, this is today could not get any better. Like, we asked teams to step up to the plate, and so many have delivered. I am here for this, Jukes.
Oh, I'm here for it too, man. I can't stop moving. I am just so pumped. Can you imagine what is going through these players' minds right now? Literally everything on the line, especially for those 5th place squads. You know what? We have to do it. Let's show these overalls so we can see what we're in for the final match of the day. Oh my 1 point! 1 point, ladies and gentlemen.
6 points,
It is
though.
do or die. Wow. And then 6 points for who our champion's going to be. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Oh my God. Okay, 7.
I love it.
7.
Yep,
7.
yep.
6 points separate Nova and Knights, and if they do what they just did in this last match, Nova would take it, right? Then only 1 point separates Dope and Execute. If they both did what they both just did in this last match, Dope wins. Dope gets in off of that, and they can potentially jump above APHELION too.
They 100% can. And now for the long stretch, right? For the teams that there's still a chance.
Oh my God.
The Chosen and Korean barbecue lovers. Even though I counted you guys out with what I'm seeing right now, if for some reason APHELION Esports, Execute, and Dope Esports just throw this next match, which is a possibility because a lot of these teams,
God.
I mean, even Knights, we just saw it, what they did in Sandhawk. If they get a win, the Chosen or Korean barbecue lovers, and they do get a good amount of eliminations as well, even, let's say they get 30 points, they're gonna go all the way up to 201 points, and they could possibly pass all of those teams. I know the viewers are gonna be doing a lot of math in this next match, but then teams that you're not seeing right now, the teams that are going to be trying to send a little bit of a statement, trying to get that highlight. We've seen it over and over again in these final matches. The spoiler roll. It's going to be interesting to see and intriguing to see which teams will try to just BM, you know, because it's allowed and it's part of the game. And I absolutely love it, Hot Jukes.
Bro, that is the ultimate fact right there. We've seen it every single time. The last match of a final tournament, all the squads know they're bummed. They are so sad. They realize that, hey, you know what? We just don't have a chance now. But hey, you know what? Let's spice things up. Let's take out some of those squads that, hey, maybe BM'd us a little earlier as we look at the map performance. And it just so happens to be Dope up on top here.
7. Wow. It's not only is it Dope on top, but it's also Nova, the 2 squads that need the points.
Yup. I'm so glad you noticed that too. And then look at Nice though. Nice still gets a good amount of eliminations. That's going to turn into points. But the question becomes, what was their average survival time like when it came to Erangel? Because those placement points are going to be playing a huge part of this.
Dang.
Not just for Knights, right? It's also going to happen to Star Gaming, which is another team that's currently trying to make it stay in the top 5. APHELION Esports, the same thing, but Dope Esports, that besides the 1 and 2 is what's crazy to me right now. The way Dope has performed this past 2 matches, can they continue to perform like this, Hot Jukes?
Bro, I'm just telling you right now, they have earned the clutch badge. They have earned it so far, but
Glitter?
It will easily be taken away if they lose it here in this last match. They have to get it done here and now, Glitter.
Just quick point, you said it's going to come down to placement points. Nova has significantly higher placement points over Knights because they're more consistent in that department than they are in the elims, and Dope has higher placement points than the 2 teams above them. So we'll have to see.
And Dope
Wow.
has a lot more elimination points
Oh,
than
way
execute
more
at Philly
eliminations.
Esports and
Yep.
Star
Way
Gaming.
more.
This next match is going to be amazing.
And Knights as well. And we
can't.
have to see two squads get a chicken dinner in this match, or they are going home. It is time for the show, baby. Let's get in the game. Let's go.
Well, this is it. This will be the final time we ride this plane for the PMPL North America for this split. But for a lot of these teams, this is going to be the final time they get some good action in. So it's do or die time for some squads. For others, hey, like we mentioned, spoilers? Maybe? Who knows, right? But, oh, who's getting first place? The Knights or Nova? I would side with the Knights. Obviously, I'm a Knights fanboy, and they
Okay.
are in the lead. But man, did Nova put on a show. I think after day one, I was like, yeah, it was day one. Nova only did good in 2 games. And that was both Sandhawk, and I think they picked up like 4 points in the other 4 games. And they were getting memed on. The Knights, we pulled up their Twitter. They took shots at Nova, and now Nova, they're about to take this from right underneath the Knights potentially, and of course the top 5. Who is making top 5, Span?
Oh boy, and even that MVP, you know, we put up the top 5 from before the finals, and now we have a different list of names. Like we're seeing
Oh, hold
Casper
on,
up there with
hold
like
on.
the
The
most.
Knights are dropping right now with another team. They're fighting. They're shooting. I'm not sure which team that is, but that is a full-blown fight with HQA. This is how the Knights are going to start it off. Nova might just get a free championship if Knights go down here. What's going to happen? Crystal Pig, they get traded, but 2 of the Knights went down. Coops is still up. He's got the AK, takes a little bit of damage, a good trade back. It is an even 2v2 with similar amount of HP pools. The thing is, none of these players got confirmed yet, meaning no one knows who is fighting who just yet in the elimination feed. So Nova might swing here very quickly if they get the info. Down to a 2v1. Coops and Spec, 2 versus 1. This should be good.
Ooh.
Coops finishes those players off, but now everyone knows that Knights is in an early fight, and Coops just like that. 3 eliminations for Coops. That's 4 quick points, but they better find a car and get out of there real quick. KBL is close by, and KBL are desperate for all the elimination points they can get.
Yeah, I'm like staring, like literally staring at Nova on the map right now. Like I need to know what they're thinking. And one of them does have a vehicle, but like they probably have to wait to see where else the Knights are going to be going after this. Like they still are in the looting phase. Like will they be able to make it in time? There's no way that they're going to be able to kind of jump right in at the end of this fight. And KBL, they're kind of they're sticking to it. They're going to stay right there. The Knights, they're going to get away with there's 4 elimination points, and they'll probably be able to grab that vehicle and go to Yasnaya if they're still wanting to.
Yeah, that was woo. What a way to start the final game of the finals. I had my butt clenched for sure when it came down to a 2v2. But man, when push comes to shove, I guess, you know, Coops will clutch that up. That was a really good job by them. Now, for the rest of the game, it's going to continue on as normal. The first circle is pretty regular, I'd say, right? Some of the northern side is in zone, but a very slim amount. I don't think anyone's going to count that northern half of Erangel in play. We're going to stick to just the central area, Potato Hill, dead center of the zone.
Here we go. A lot more people making these rotations as well. I mean, that fight happened so early, honestly. That's kind of weird seeing these guys continue to be making these rotations. I'm just really curious now. Nova, they were 6 points behind. Like, already the Knights are 4 points more than that. So, and they were thinking 6 points originally. That's already increased. So I want to see what they're kind of going to be doing about that, right?
I think Nova's just going to play their game. It's been working for them so far. We have yet to see Nova really target the Knights throughout the whole entire thing. They've just been doing their thing, and they've caught up tremendously. And I keep giving Nova flack about it. Like, Nova, you need to do something about the Knights or they're going to keep getting points. Well, they brought it back extremely close. You're right. It widened just a little bit, but it still comes down to, I feel like, who is going to finish in, the top 3 overall for this match. That's going to grab all the points to determine everything. So HQA is out. We still got a full 15 teams with all of their players up. To recap everyone once again, Execute and APHELION Esports on the chopping block. Execute's in 5th, APHELION's in 4th, but they are basically the same amount of points. If APHELION messes up and Dope does really well, APHELION's out, Execute is in, and so on. So it's like, all these teams
You're hurting my brain.
Really, yeah, no, I'm letting the viewers know, like,
Yeah.
what to watch out for. Star Gaming, they're a little bit more comfortable in 3rd place, of course. And Star Gaming, they might actually even try to shoot for 2nd place themselves. I think they're just happy they secured the top 5, because at the start of this tournament, Star Gaming was falling like flies left and right, mistakes here and there. And I think they're just finally breathing a sigh of relief, like, okay, I think we did it. So Star Gaming, they're safe. But as for everyone else, who knows what could happen. We saw HQA drop with Knights out of nowhere, right? That's not to say the other teams aren't still looking to spoil. Maybe not a hot drop, but maybe the teams down like 12th and onwards, or even 10th and onwards, they're looking to just play very aggressive and go out with a bang. And if they run into one of the teams we need to watch out for, hey, that team could get taken out very quickly.
Yeah, you said that perfectly, honestly. I still think that there's just so many iterations of what that top 5 teams are really going to be, that there's just so many iterations, and the people that, and we can guess on who's going to go and be making those big aggressive plays and stuff like that, but it really just comes down to what these individual teams and players are going to do, right? Like what they're thinking. Because if they start seeing in that elimination feed again, like a team that they want to start targeting, like they got to start going for it. Or if another team just randomly wants to decide to go ahead and go for it as well, all of those are logical, liable, can happen. Just as we see here with WALLSTREETBETS crashing into school with the Chosen immediately. Gotcha, having to back up off of that because there's only 2 of them here. The other 2 members of Chosen inside of apartments, they have to start getting over here as fast as possible.
Yeah, the Chosen, they have their backs up against the wall. They're in the same position as KBL. Potentially possible if they get a chicken with a lot of eliminations. So it all starts here with WALLSTREETBETS as their first challenge. They got a lot more to go, but they need to take out this team cleanly, not losing any players. APHELION Esports, that's a huge, like, just, hey, Execute. You watching? You watching this, Execute? Yeah, we might have similar amount of points, but we just picked up 4. Execute, seeing APHELION Esports shoot on up. Execute might feel pressure to make a play.
That's
now.
huge.
Man, the Knights so far and APHELION Esports, when push comes to shove, they're getting it done, and they both keep 4 members alive and pick up the 4 points.
Yeah, they got to go for those reses, heal on up, loot on up, and then there's so many more people around, even APHELION right now, that they could start going for too. So I'm sure that they're going to continue to be aggressive because we've seen that from them. But of course, back to this fight too, because you're right, the Chosen, they do have something here that could happen. It is a little interesting then that it's WALLSTREETBETS making this push too. WALLSTREETBETS not too far behind these guys as well. They're actually 2 placements behind where the Chosen are right now. So that might be why they decided to make this kind of crash as well. Like they're right beside them. They wanted to go and take that fight. It has kind of lingered or kind of lagged a lot longer than I think what needed to have happened. With that exciting crash, you know, like the advantage of crashing is the surprise, right? So if you're gonna crash and then it kind of turns into this, that surprise is gone and no knocks are going to happen. It's kind of like they're kind of taking that little pool building, and that's kind of the spot that they want to play off of for right now. And the zone, of course, gonna move and pull over towards that western side where the majority of teams are already.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a school ending where all the teams we need to watch out for are all in the school apartments, and it just comes down to that. That would be beautiful to see. We'll see shortly, though, how it plays out. MEZEXIS right now trying to drive away in the distance. The Panthers, well, with nothing left to lose, right? For all of these teams, they may as well just play to their heart content, go for all the fights they see. MEZEXIS kind of just trying to run away right now. The Panthers are on the prowl. Mini spam coming out, dropping that player extremely low. Will the Panthers continue to chase this down? I don't see why not, right? But MEZEXIS inactive. He's not grouped with the team. He could maybe get a flank onto the Panthers. They got to be careful.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he's way behind them, actually. I don't think he wants to drive by here, though, because if he does, you know that all 4 members of the Panthers are just going to, like, descend upon him. So he's probably figuring out what to do next. He can't continue to drive. So he's stopping right now, healing on up, it seems, and then going to decide what to do later on. It seems like they actually decided to go for the fight. Chico goes down. The instant down on flush comes through from it. The rest of the Panthers already kind of backing away, back up on top of the safety of this huge mountain. And now I wonder if MEZEXIS is going to give the Panthers a taste of their own medicine. Another one gets taken down. They know that there's only 2 people left, so Flaw is going to look for it. Is there somebody inside of this smoke? We know that there's not, but MEZEXIS is still going to try, at least for now. I don't think that continuing to go for a chase would be potentially in their best interests, but they could totally go for it if they think that the Panthers are still close by.
Yeah, so being separated on rotation, playing in the favor of MEZEXIS for once. It was inactive that opened the fight up with that flank, and that's what led the rest of MEZEXIS to go so aggressive, descending down on the mountain. I want to see more of this, right? Where you could still have 4v4s. Wait any longer. If you really need those elimination points, right, you're not going to get a clean 4v4 anymore. So take it now. And I'm mainly looking at execute, because APHELION already did it. They picked up their 4 points. They cushioned their top 5 just a little bit. Execute, however, they're coming in from the western side, just playing the very edge, playing it very slow. Now, it could still work out for Execute, because it still comes back down to Dope. What is Dope gonna do? And Dope so far has not picked up any elimination points, and they're just playing it a little bit more on the safer side.
Yeah, they've just been chilling inside of their drop spot so far, I think. I mean, right now they're actually inside of Watertown, so they're just kind of waiting out these next couple of zone shifts to see where they're going to have to be going next, and they're not chasing anything down. There's even a kind of a crate next to them that I don't even think that they have kind of gone for, so they want to play this more carefully. The next zone's going to be closing too, and they're probably going to focus hardcore on this next rotation to ensure that they get themselves in a good spot, or at least get the advantage on whoever's going to get close. There's actually 2 teams inside of Pachinki now that I take a look at it as well. So there's a good amount of people still right next. And you're right. It's the school zone. Oh my gosh. You could get your wish today.
Please, just one more right on top of school or Raza. No, actually, school for sure. School's way better than anything else that could happen. But I want to see all the teams that are trying to make that top 5 just alive in the end game, and it just comes down to that. A lot of teams doing a mad scramble for this new zone shift too, because you have like pretty much 2 to 3 really strong positions on the high ground south of that half circle, and then the compounds, right? School, Razak, who's going to take what? Knights on the northeast. MEZEXIS still continuing to drive around, and Nova, now Nova's getting into the mix. They need points. Not just placement points, but I think they need elimination points here, and they get the first opening onto MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS are not running away. It looks like they're going to stay here and fight back, but Nova gets the second one. This could be Nova's 4 points to answer the Knights' 4 points that they picked up early on.
Here we go. Such a big push here. Nice. Here also going down. Inactive so far away, though. We'll see if they'll be able to catch up. Yep. Koy knows exactly where he is, but no. Inactive actually is the one that gets that knock. That's huge for him. Another one for Nova goes down. It has to take 3 members of Nova to finally get MEZEXIS out of here, but that is okay. That is exactly what Nova was wanting. They also now have those 4 eliminations and will be getting those reses. They're a little bit closer to catching up to the Knights, but we still know that they need to do more, and I think we can see on that mini-map that maybe their next targets are close by.
If that fight lasted for half a second longer, back-to-back, would have heard the gunshots and third party. They finished that in just the perfect time, but I think back-to-back is still kind of setting up here, not to camp Nova, but it's just because it's a good position. So I don't think back-to-back's looking to third party, what we just saw, but Knights with 4 points, Nova with 4 points, APHELION Esports with 4 points. All of these teams that are in the top 5 are claiming their stake in their positions. They want to keep what they have, and they're doing it straight out the gates. I love it. 19 Esports getting in a fight with the HITLIST, and I think it just finished up, as I don't see any other HITLIST players here. So the HITLIST a little bit spread right there. Execute still yet to make a move. They're playing it slow, and Dope, by the way, is right next to them.
Yeah.
Dope Gaming is on the northeast in Watertown, and Execute is right in front of them. And I don't think Execute knows that Dope Gaming is there.
And now it's making me nervous too, because Execute is pretty spread out right now getting that information. If they don't realize that the team they're looking for is inside of Watertown right beside them, that would be a cause for concern. See, look at that. All of them super spread out, like maybe a 2-1-1 as of right now. But this next zone is going to close, and they're doing this in preparation for this. But I don't think that they could ever be prepared for this. Wow. Okay. The apartments of school are still just in Zute, but this is going to go way more up to that northeastern side. The Knights have a beautiful spot. That L compound, that J compound that they have is huge. That's going to be in towards the end game, and since they have some cover up on top of Volcano for now too, that's really good.
They should not play spread here. Like,
I agree.
this is it. This is the last game. You're in the lead. Group up together. Like, I know they're confident, but man, that really makes me worry. And Execute, ooh, this is not good for Execute. 2 of them are knocked, and this is not a good fight for them. They are trying to fight into the zone too. APHELION, and Nova just went out.
What?
Nova just went out to the Knights.
No way.
That is it. Nova just went out, but it's not over yet. We still have Execute. They're trying to do whatever they can. They know they're in 5th place, and they just lost 2 members. 0 points. Dope Gaming, they still haven't picked anything up yet, but Dope Gaming at least is alive with 4, and they're breaking it into the zone. Execute's not even in the zone yet, and they only have 2 players left. It is looking very, very dire for Execute.
I'm actually scared even more so. While the fight has kind of finished between Knights and Nova, Knights now, knowing that, with 4 of them still up, I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to be doing inside this lobby. So many people are around the edges here. It's insane. You're right. Those other couple things that we're taking a look for, even APHELION here kind of looking around for other people as Dope is getting closer and Execute just to the southern side. APHELION kind of getting caught in between 2 teams who are keeping an even really close eye on. It's not a good situation for them. As Dope, they're actually making a huge rotation. They're going all the way around on the northern side. All 4 of them still up and kind of, they're going to get away with this. They're going to also be able to stay 4 up and completely get to the opposite side of the circle.
Fishy goes down though, but you're right. I think he on the ridge line next to the shore. He took 1 more shot of damage, so I think he's close enough to be safe. Yeah, you see here Star Gaming, eyes set that way. Star Gaming's in a really comfortable position, so I don't think they'll go out for this point. Plus, in the overalls, they don't really have a huge need to, so Dope might be able to get that reset and make that beautiful rotation like you said. The Knights, they're still playing split, man. The Knights team up to 7 eliminations on the last game, playing more quote-unquote risky than I've seen them play before, and they are crushing it. This Knights team is ready for PMGC. Like, I mean, they've secured that spot a while ago, but man, the confidence out of this team, just amazing to see.
And now securing that championship? I mean, potentially. I mean, the math is there, but I never claimed to be a mathologist. But here we go. Looks like back-to-back also going to a compound for themselves is right on top of KBL. They needed to have a good game this match too, and 2 of them left, now being crashed on by an entire 4-man, a back-to-back who we know can definitely take fights. It's not looking too good. Acer, though, he's on the outskirts. This might be his opportunity to slip away, actually, as his teammate is getting taken down, but maybe not. He's on the other side of that little fence there, and wait a second, I think J7 has a feeling. Oh, okay, it's a little bit of a wrong feeling, but it's still close enough. You know for sure the back-to-back is going to go and start clearing that.
Yeah, Acer, he's got to do the 1v4 here. He's got to do it, because they need eliminations as well. So, man, I am witnessing dreams and hopes being crushed right now, left, right, and center. These teams have not been just grinding for a month, right? These teams have been grinding all year long to get to this stage, and it is coming to an end for some. And for some, the dream will live on. Acer, he's got a dream, right now. He's got a dream to 1v4 the back-to-back champions, and he does not. Enigma shuts them down. New circle has come up. We still got teams left in play that we need to keep an eye out for, and the zone has shifted to the west, kind of centering right up into the middle of the open. Of course, these compounds are in zone, so we see the last two members of Execute just trying to stay alive for as long as they can here.
They have to. They're still going up against another team inside of this lobby alive. Actually, as we're seeing them crash into another team, APHELION, where else are they going to go? They're crashing onto where the Chosen are. Two of them inside of this little building here. We can see that a trade has gone through, and the other members of APHELION, though, are currently trying to figure out what they exactly want to do in this situation. I think it's difficult, right? Because it's not only that the Chosen were in there, but other people taking so many shots here. You can see how many smokes just trying to provide cover. But of course, for our last game, which team will win the map was the question, and our desk has answered. 7 has said the Knights, Glitter has said APHELION. Oh, sorry, Hot Jukes has said the Knights, Glitter has said APHELION, and 7 with Wall Street Bets.
It is getting close to the wire here. Blue zone is closing in. I would not want to be the one to make any predictions here. Fate gets knocked in the elimination feed, but I think he will get revived. He is safe in the compound. APHELION Esports not being able to take over the Chosen spots, they will instead go for this very small little dip. I wouldn't maybe even call it a dip, because once that smoke is gone, I think the Chosen will be able to peek inside and take that player out. The HITLIST making a move onto 19 Esports, it seems, or at least getting closer to it, and back-to-back eliminated just like that.
Wow. They're still, the teams that need to be holding on are still holding on while all of this is happening. However, as you can see, they have not found themselves a good spot inside of this circle so far. They're still going to have to fight for wherever this next one is going to go. But for sure, the Knights, they're basically in charge of the entire eastern side. Just look at that. They're spread. And we had questioned, oh my gosh, do I need to even say anything else anymore at this point? This is crazy. The Knights, they already owned this side of the map, and now the zone goes to them? Wow.
I think the Circle Gods have decided the Knights deserve it all. The Circle Gods is pleased with how they've played all year long, and for the final match, they will get blessed. And not just that, they have 4 people up there. Now, we saw them earlier with 2, doing a 2-2 split, and they held it off. I don't know how. But now that they have 4 and they get the zone, and everyone else just has to scrap through the school area, and I think it's almost said and done. Xenox does get knocked, though. Who is brave enough to step up and just go with it and push off of that knock? Xenox is knocked off on the side, on the south. He might not even be able to get revived as the HITLIST has moved closer into a shack. That shack might be in zone.
I can't really tell. It's like so close. We'll have to wait and see. APHELION Esports, they're starting to make their move too. We know, that they have a really difficult spot, and the Chosen are right in the center providing that. Ooh, I was about to say that. Wait a second. I was like, APHELION, they're waiting for Execute to go out there, and they did. Okay. APHELION now still alive. I don't remember the amount of eliminations that either team of these had, but now it really is down to Snowix, and he gets taken down too by Star Gaming right after one another?
Wait a second. Wait, Span. Where's Dope Esports?
That is a great question.
They're not in.
They're not in. Yeah.
Did they get points? Did Execute get points? I think Execute, it said, but Execute was ahead. So
I don't know. I really don't know. They went out right after one another. It's
who knows? The fight continues though, as the Knights right now, they got the revive somehow onto Xenox. Whatever, Knights. Do what you want. Do what you want to do. The other teams are gonna fight for this shack. The HITLIST with a good defense against Wall Street Bets will claim the shack, and I think it is in zone. We're down to 4 teams. We got the Chosen. Oh, the Chosen's still in. I think they just got taken out. I don't think that's enough for them. Star Gaming with 4, though. Hey, they might be looking to take 2nd place, potentially.
Oh, that's true.
And, oh my god, hold on. The Knights have 17 eliminations right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if they're going for that top elimination score that happened so far. Isn't, like, the highest so far in this 22? Like, maybe they're trying to beat that.
Man, Knights need to take a chill pill. Like, we get it. You're the champions. You don't need to, shove it in everyone's faces that you can also do it with a 20-plus game chicken dinner on the final game. And the next circle goes on them. I was hoping maybe it goes to Star Gaming, give Star Gaming a chance. I mean, they still have a chance. They have 4. Knights have 3. They just need 1 knock, and we're going to see the most aggressive Star Gaming we've ever seen. Brian, with almost the opening of all openings, Tensa running very risky through that little slam area. But here comes the opening. Nice. Now it's a 4v2. There's a trade, though. Coops is on the rooftop, and this is a man to be feared. That grenade from Star almost knocking Coops. Is Gotcha going to do anything about this? He might just play quiet. 3v2. Xenox close by. He might get naded here.
Here we go. He's prepping that nade. They're right on the other side of this. This is cooked perfectly. But no, Brian actually retaliates with the perfect nade back, getting 2 of them down there. It does look like Xenox will still get Nesquick on this situation. This is really big because Star Gaming could get that second place since Nova went out pretty early, as we know. So Star Gaming, if they just get enough, we'll have to wait and see. They know around where Coops is doing so much damage, and they actually do it. The Knights go out. Star Gaming get even more eliminations. You can see that they have 7 now. There's only 1 person left now for them to take out, though. And we'll have to see if that is enough points for them. But I feel like this chicken is secured unless Gadja, unless he pops off here.
If Gadja goes God mode, he could 1v3 this. I wasn't expecting the Knights to lose that with the circle they had, but man, Star Gaming really stepped up right there. And now, Gadja, he needs to isolate his first 1v1, get a free knock without having any damage done to him. Because you know for sure the next 2 members are gonna 2v1 you, and you better hit your shots there. He gets the first free one. No! He's gonna stall! That is huge! Now it's a 1v3! Star Gaming! I love how that first player backed off immediately. Now Gotcha gets swarmed from all sides.
Nice.
That is Star Gaming with the chicken dinner. The big question still stands though, Span. Where was Dope? And all of this.
I'm not even sure. Yeah, that is the question. I'm pretty sure we know who was in that top spot, but the next question is who's in 1 through 5.
Star Gaming, amazing chicken dinner, amazing start to that match. Knights with 4 elimination points, and then the Knights. Oh, you know what? We're gonna skip the highlights. I know you guys have had enough PUBG Mobile action. You just want to see the final standings, who's going where, and what better than to have the desk bring that to you. Don't go anywhere. The desks are coming right up.
And we're here! Oh my goodness! Could we ask for a more insane finish right there? Yo, Glitter, how y'all feeling?
From the get-go. From the get-go. Knights clutched up too. Oh my gosh. That was crazy. Dude, so much stuff could have changed from that first fight.
7-7. It wasn't Knights. It was Coops.
That's
true.
Correct. That is the correct answer. HQA. We called it, right? We said that some of these teams at the bottom could do whatever the heck they wanted to try to spoil it for some squads. And then you know what Coop said? No, sir. Not today.
You know what it was? He shot that somebody else was leading. He saw that somebody else was leading in regards to eliminations. He's like, hold up a minute. I don't want to just get first place. I also want to try to get that MVP. And I mean, there was so much stuff going into that play that just, I mean, the MVP, the first place, and I'm still intrigued to see what some of the other teams did.
Well, what about second place? That's also on the mind of me right now because Star Gaming came in absolutely clutch there towards the end. So you know what? I think it's about that time. It's about that time. Let's see what the overall leaderboards looks like and who's in 16th place.
Oh, Korean barbecue lovers. They're all the way down to 9th.
172 points, 9th place. What a drop-off.
Oh, man. Okay, 7, I don't think that's what they were expecting at all. MEZEXIS was also one of those squads trying to fight into that top 5. Both of them definitely not making the cut, which means the next page, or like the top 8 is closer than we thought it was going to be.
It's definitely going to be closer. I mean, the Chosen also were able to secure that second place there. Is that going to be enough Ilum and enough points, though? We're about to find out. Oh, by 1 point! By 1 point!
No, we say this all the time!
We said it! We said it.
1
Mo-
point
look.
for Dope.
Oh my goodness. Hey, you know what the thing is? We could say with this new format, 1 elimination would have been enough, right? Because they
You know
had
what's
more
crazy?
chicken dinners.
Juice.
1
You know what's
placement
crazy
point, but
too?
what else? What?
The bonus points, man.
That's
like,
what I was
look
about
at
to
the
say!
difference in bonus points.
The bonus points as well. What if they would have done just a little bit better during
Oh.
that league stage? 1 placement higher, they would have made it to Americas. Well, you know what? It's all done and dusted. It's time to see who our top 3 is and who our winner is, the new champion of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Fall Split 2022. It is gonna be the Knights, and Star Gaming have pushed themselves up all the way to 3rd place after that finish. What a congratulations. What an absolute victory. The Knights have dominated this tournament start to finish. And I mean, I don't think you could ask for a better way to end this, guys.
Yeah, I think the Knights, the way they finished this tournament was one of the best things that we have actually gotten a chance to see. For the longest time, let's break it down real quick. Phase 1, they were non-existent. We were wondering what happened to Knights. Phase 2, we started seeing flashes of greatness. And then Phase 3, it was the Knights that we were expecting from the start. It was Spec showing what he was capable of. It was Coops doing Coops' thing. It was Xenox as well in there as Tensa doing that support role. Knights, I'm excited to see what you guys are going to be bringing to Americas, because
time.
Brazil is watching this right now. And they're like, okay, we see you,
Hey,
Knights.
you know what? Hey, I'm not just excited to see what they're going to do in Americas. I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships, baby.
True.
Because you know they got that ticket locked down and dusted. So you know what? I think we're about to see if they're going to go with an extra $1,000 in their bank account, because I'll see who is our MVP of the day. What do you think, guys? I think it's got to be Coops. Really? Or what about Casper? That's
Ooh,
right.
that's-
Casper did go
that's a
crazy
good one.
too. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Dope.
This is for the day? Ooh.
This is
You know
just for the
what?
day.
Yeah, just for the day. Yeah, I will say
I'm
this.
gonna say Casper.
Dang,
It breaks my heart.
Change my pick? No way. No way.
I gotta go with Coops. I can't. I
Okay.
can't. He's the MVP
I'll
100%.
say Casper.
After
I'll
that
say
last
Casper.
play.
For today,
Okay.
today only, Casper.
All right. Well, let's see. You know what? If it is Casper, it's gonna be crazy. I'll say what I have to say now. It's Coops.
Ooh.
It is the legend himself. And you know what?
Dang.
Especially after that first play against the
yep.
toxic HQA drop, for him to save his team and guarantee this tournament, I mean, well, the man deserves it. Deserves it and more.
100%. I mean, he is the reason why they were even at the end of that match when they ended up getting dropped by HQA. He's the reason his team survived. And that's what we say. Coops just does Coops things, Glitter. I wonder who was second place, though. Do we know?
It would
Wow.
have to be Casper. It would have to be
Oh,
Casper
This is the
because
play right here.
he had
This
so
is
many
it.
elims today, and this is the play you were talking about, Seven. I mean, this is the moment where he turned the tide of this fight against HQA. He didn't allow them to get the res, and doing that also obviously afforded him an advantage when he pushed up for the 1v1, and then he just had to handle one more after that. And for Coops, that's just light work, okay?
2 players didn't even touch him once. And then on top of that, he had the awareness of saying, hey, we actually need to secure these eliminations because we don't know what's going to happen. It can come down to 1 point. And you can see him. Quick little peek, get in some eliminations, confirm it, some extra points, and then just calm down a little bit. Wait for the other player to come in. And he didn't get touched once. Coops, you're nasty. You're absolutely nasty.
See, like this. This is how his hand is the whole time. Just stone cold, dude. I mean, this dude is insane. I mean, to be able to do that at this stage, this phase, and not to get touched on top of it, whew, this man is a beast, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now it's time to see. It's time to bring out our lemons, guys. It's about to see who is going to be the champion of this prediction game. All right, who is going to win? Who is going to lose? You guys put in the chat as well as said, give us some tweet, give us some ads, show us some love. Oh my goodness, no way! No way, not like this, Glitter. Not like this.
Jukes and I should be tied.
You know what? You should be tied, but guess what happened? I predicted Coops as MVP. You guys chose Casper as the
That
MVP.
counted as a point?
And it sure did. It sure did count as a point. So,
Okay.
oh, baby. Lemon squeezy. All right, let's go, Glitter. Let's see it. All right. That's how you get it done. Stone cold. Stone cold.
Oh.
All right. All right.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's see.
Nah, Glitter, that's
this
not
is
how
the
it's-
reveal, though.
Glitter. Did you peel it, Glitter?
She peeled it, bro.
I sure
She
did.
peeled it.
That's look at that. That's
Nah,
not how
you
do
gotta-
it. This
you
is how
gotta-
do it right
you gotta
here.
eat the whole
This
thing,
is how
yeah.
you do it right
Yeah.
here. Look, this is how you
Oh.
do it. Yeah.
No! Jukes! Not the lemon rind.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna be able to host the show now. I was enjoying my lemon. I sprinkled
Swallow
a little
it.
salt
Same
on
with the
it.
rest of the. Oh my gosh. Absolutely delicious. That is how you do it, guys. Wow. What a show. What an amazing tournament, dude. The PUBG Mobile Pro League, dude. Big shout out, of course, to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. That is how you do it. Unleash the beast, just like the way we do here on this desk and the way the players did here today. So we knew who the MVP is of the day. Who is the
Well,
MVP?
Coops.
Of
But now it's
final?
obviously Coops.
Coops. Come
It's
on now.
Coops. It's
It's
gotta be.
Coops.
Bring it on.
If it's not Coops.
Show us who it is. It's the legend.
There we go. They're back-to-back MVP from not only the day and the overall, but from season to season, okay?
Oh.
Glitter.
Wow.
Jukes. I think he actually might have clutched it in that play that we showed earlier. Remember, going
That's
into
right.
that last match, he had 35 ilms, and if I'm not mistaken, Casper actually had 40 ilms. I don't know how it was in regards to damage or survival time because the MVP formula does take that into effect.
Casper has 20 elims from today alone.
Wow.
And he still didn't even get MVP for today. That's how crazy it
clutched
was.
Coops clutch 7.
Coops
Yeah.
is too good.
Unbelievable. Wow, I just got
Wow.
word that the difference between Coops and Casper was 0.003 before the final match.
Dang.
then Said, you know what? I think Coops needs to change his name to back-to-back. Huh? What do you think about
Right?
Damn right.
that? Back-to-back MVP. Back-to-back MVP. Wow. What a show, everybody. I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Of course, go ahead and show us some love. Use that hashtag for one last time. Again, I'm Hot Jukes here with the Seven Worlds Gaming Glitter. You guys have any final thoughts here?
Glitter?
First of all, thank you for
How's
an
the
amazing
lemon?
season. Not only from you two and from Zoo and Span, but from our players. This was fun. This might be one of the most competitive seasons we've done yet in the years of us covering PUBG Mobile for this region, okay? It was incredibly fun. I can't wait to see what they can do now moving throughout the different levels of regional and global competitive play. And shout out to production. They were fantastic.
Preach.
100%. Shout out to
Preach.
production.
7 top that.
Addy, Mihai, Vlad, we absolutely love you. Shout out to ESL as well. And a special
Let's
shout out.
go.
The reason why this season was so competitive to PUBG Mobile Esports, to the team that decided to create this format. Because guess what?
Yes.
The new addition, those bonus points, they came into play. I was looking at the leaderboard just now again, and Dope Esports, if there would have been no bonus points, Dope Esports performed so much better than Execute in the finals. They would have been able to take that spot. But hey, it's not just about the finals anymore. It's about everything else. I absolutely
Love it.
I love this. And now, going into Americas, because we're going to talk about Americas, is can North America hold back Latin America and Brazil?
Ooh.
Because Brazil is going to bring it. Brazil was able to put out some great performances in their region and also in the PMWI. Can Coops And the nice squad, even though they have that spot guaranteed, can they still pull off the win in Americas? For that, Jukes, I cannot wait.
What they said. Thank you guys so much for watching. We love y'all, and we'll see you here on the next one. Take care.
Hashtag PMPL NA, baby.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give you just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoor. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor. Don't you know you gotta be one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round.